Okay, and I am going back up live stream again, and maybe we can prove it. So it's very important and really important. You got to get these guys down like now. I mean, it is so bad what they're doing and what they're saying and stuff. So you need to get these guys down like now. It's very, very important. I'm gonna go eat my breakfast. Pray. I was talking like the whole time I was getting ready for the day. Really badly. Really, really badly. You have, they can't, the problem that they can like touch bodies with the thing is enormously bad. Um, so is all the heavy breathing, talking, and everything else. You have to get these guys into custody. They can't. So is the ability to stalk in homes and be in homes and like, I mean, they're so incredibly motivated to break the law. It's unbelievable, really. Yeah, or just to stalk. I mean, okay, alrighty. They're real chatty about how they have other victims they're doing it to, and all this other stuff. Um, it can touch you. It's got like some kind of like a body scanner. They're on. Again, just synopsis. They're on some kind of law enforcement professional tech, and it has a body scanner, and then it can in fact generate some kind of thing to actually like interact with your body physically, as opposed to just stalk it. It definitely has sort of like a follow you or follow a criminal around, like a like a GPS. Like if you were the little yellow man on Google Maps. So it's very this kind of close contact, and then it has some kind of body scanner and it has like a massage device attached to it, like tense therapy or vibration, and they've actually managed to generate. Uh, and these guys are absolutely evil. Um, you need to generate some kind of like massage. So your cell phone biometric smartwatch can touch you and it's like fondling you. It's unbelievably bad. And then they have a heavy breathing app or something hooked up to it now. And you can hear the thing heavy breathing. So I'm trying to catch it because it is actually going on, and because it's just an interaction between one guy and another guy. It is appallingly bad on their side. It has to be stopped. It's actual crime. Um, I'll say on whatever that thing is doing over there. Like it is so evil. On heavy breathing, Alexa. Yes, it's unbelievable. And then it can actually touch you, and then it's a very, very evil bunch of men. Like they will not stop breaking the law over there. And it's all everything is about like it's about as the actual things, but like I mean it's all about like where it just always wanders into asexual stuff and crime. It's unbelievable. Whatever the heavy breather's doing. But it said he's very open that he's sex offending against other people, and I mean it's just really bad. You need to call Carroll County, Arkansas, because the guy will not stop like referring to no. I was there for that. Yep, no, that was me. Okay, that was like 8 years ago. That was 10 years ago. So it's the same people in Carroll County, Arkansas, or something connected to that. And so you need to call and ask if there's like people in Carroll County, Arkansas, calling the police about being stalked in the same ways I'm describing, or in anywhere else these guys have been associated with. That goes for like Las Vegas now, and Wake County and surrounding areas, North Carolina. You have to get these men into custody now.
Sources tell NBC News the commander-in-chief is growing increasingly frustrated with how she is executing his vision at the Department of Justice. More on her political future outside White House walls, and the next surveillance tapped as the nation's top law enforcement officer. More on words President Trump warning Iran that the U.S. hasn't even started to after posting this video about key words being bombed. Meanwhile, as the price of oil and gas skyrockets, a new attempt by the UN to allow ships to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the latest. Plus, to the moon and back, the intrepid crew of Artemis 2 settling into their 10-day journey around Earth's lunar neighbor this morning. It's a historic fact-finding feat that NASA hopes will set the stage for future exploration of the final frontier. But where did big companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin fit into NASA's plans? It's more of a team effort, we will explain. And later in the hour, the big dance slides into the final four weekend with the women's powerhouse top seeds eventually punching their tickets to play. While the men's tournament has seen its fair share of massive upsets, but will the World Classic end up on top this season? All the time will tell. You know, I know Brock Dexter, but I feel like a lot of people who aren't on the real life the graphics done, you can do it for the basketball this week, and that's the strategy I have. Good morning to everyone on this Friday. I'm Joe Pryor. And I'm Savannah. So we're going to be in Sally that we just take that after your day. President Biden is on the general plan on the after 18 months, 14 months of the job. A person who is in White House deliberations tells NBC News the president has grown increasingly frustrated with talking to failing to execute on his vision. On social media, the president posted that Biden will faithfully serve as AG and will now be going into the private sector. He announced Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is now set to take over his acting AG. Blanche once served as the president's personal defense attorney. Biden's exit comes after a string of lawsuits for the Justice Department, which struggled to bring successful cases against the president's political opponents. Biden also faced public backlash over her handling of the Epstein files. The more afraid NBC News captain Bill correspondent to the circus and our senior justice reporter Ryan Lowry. Good morning to both of you. Julie, let's start with you. We saw that Biden was at the president's side when he attended a oral argument in the Supreme Court on Wednesday. One day later, he's fired. What more do we know about the firing and why that? Yeah, apparently I haven't told you, but he's sitting next to the president's first court filing and to the court clearly got talking to the president already expressed his disappointment in her. And that wasn't the first time. Remember months ago when the president accidentally posted something publicly on his social, essentially asking Gianmartin to look into his political opponents, to prosecute them. You see that on your screen. And that was a moment that we certainly recognized, that we sort of paid close attention to, because that was only the beginning of a series of private and public conversations the president had with her, where he essentially wasn't happy with how she was doing her job.
Can you hear that thing? Not all the way over there. Why? I'm just trying to talk quietly, maybe on the wine. Something about wine, I mean, no. Wine. I want to masturbate. That. And no. And then something's touching me. At heart, it's like being like pressurized or electrocuted. And I'm just over here drinking a bagel.
I don't know, like, that's absolutely horrible. It was just chirping away in the bedroom while I was putting on makeup. I mean, but it's a, what with the what? Well, it did. Something just said that. And then something was actually touching me and it feels like pressure. You got to get whoever that is off of my cell phone and Tom's account with the ability to do that. I mean, this has to end. That's a very serious crime, all of it. The only interest police would have had, like day one in any of this, is like, you can very much look at why somebody's on probation out of the police department. Yeah. In fact, you have to because you need to know what you have in your community. And then you just have like a completely professional relationship with, for example, the stabbing would be like the only thing you're worried about. You're worried about the crime that occurred. You don't tell people to leave their heart across state lines because you're not the department of that at all.
Will you turn to them now and apologize?
To as far as Miranda rights, but like, if somebody actually like, well, because the argument is I actually did this stuff here, and then there's a swearing, the schizophrenic, heavy breathing, swearing, and then stabbing. So you're like, okay, so you're a crazy cat person. Do you have a lot of drug problems like the other dude does? No, it's a lot of drug problems if you're doing drugs, but heroin, your people do stuff or something. That's what they would say. Well, they do. They actually do drugs, and then they do however that works, where they're like addicted to them, and they do actual drugs. Because the other guy's doing actual drugs. How's your substance use going right now? Sorry, I'm trying to eat my breakfast. Um, they're very like there's like no sense of like ordinary anything. What are you doing? Eating breakfast, walking down the street. They have like this hyper focus. I think they're high on meth and schizophrenic, which usually spell out. You say MTH. Apparently, your Cox account doesn't. I don't have an Alexa hooked up, but I think they're enabling Alexa. Like, yeah, something like that. They do that a lot. They sort of just like, but yeah, they just sort of make a cell phone like around you and stuff. It's theirs also. Yes, I'm positive. They get on yours and they kind of just turn yours into theirs or something weird. But well, because they're on your Cox account. I'm positive, and it's just a fact. To tell you to go. Yeah, the police would only be worried about stuff in relation to total professionalism and no criminal or other interest. They're only legally allowed. So then it comes up right away, which I've said a billion cajillion times. So everything is just based on the actual crime and what occurred. Exactly.
So even mentioning
That's a lot of kidnapping too, which is unfortunate for me, but it just overall, well, maybe it's harder to explain, which I needed a professional department to go and verify what I was reporting. The truth is, how the legal system works is if it turns out to be true, then you're in deep enough, you can get in trouble or you get in trouble for because there's reason to believe that what I'm reporting is true. And it's crime being reported. So you have to go check. Like it's a legal requirement of your job. So everything they're doing, they're real, like whoever's stalking has been real open, like all throughout. Like when they're stalking, it's like, boy, somebody is like mirroring my internet account. There's a guy on my Cox account. When the thing is stalking, it does that's when you hear like the heavy breathing at 2 a.m, or like the sound of someone like sitting in a chair all night long, and they don't bother like on inaudible, like on those the heavy breathing. What they said what they're doing is they're sound masking a microphone they're talking into, and it's in frequency, it's in like an audible, and then they have a sound masking thing over top. But it's creepier than spit. You have no idea how incredibly criminal these men are too. I mean, what? Geez, how dangerous the heavy breather over there is with that thing. No, the stalking and the Cox account mirroring is always just like um, very bad stalking and like explicit. It does it during. How's it been here? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's very insecure. This for some reason pops out of it. It's like the same guy. I said perhaps it could just be night shift. You said perhaps it could just be night shift. Well, can you clean up night shift, Jesus, and stop stalking me? Um, where are you? But no, it's day shift too. Really. He said that. He says that. That's like a thing that's
Then takes a deep breath, and then he just starts hitting my face and my head with a rock. Where it is now, where he thinks I tried to kill it. I can't. Your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years. For 5 Halloweens. Survive Winter July. Same price guaranteed. That's that. For rest 2 weeks season, get unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speed reduced after 20 days. Ask your doctor if Intego, including the Intego pen, is right for you.
It's go time. Time to tackle the toughest AC and plumbing problems out there. With more than 80 years of getting knowledge and expertise. Flashlights? Check. Diagnostics? Check. Roger to the duties? Roger that. Today, no pipe can be repaired, no water heater can be replaced, because day or night, Yellow's got this. Yeah, we do things the right way, not the easy way.
Taxes chasing politics, getting nowhere. Now taxes is a total tax expert. Do it all for you. Chasing is now this is taxes. These alternatives.
This morning, the Artemis mission has slipped through its gravitational pull and is officially headed toward NASA's Orion space pathfinder's main engine blast transporting out of close orbit and for those 4 astronauts on a trajectory around Jupiter. That burn means 1,000 pounds of fuel in less than 6 minutes. The people NASA and the next few days preparing for the historic lunar flyby. And using this senior correspondent on Costello is even a close watch on the mission, even though the latest not the morning.
They know it's very important. At this very minute, the crew of Orion, which remember they gave Orion their ship its integrity. They are right now asleep. They have now finished mission day 2 on a different day schedule for that Earth. So mission day 2, right now we're about 180,000 miles from the moon, and right now about 72,000 miles from Earth. So they are well on their way. Last night, they hit the bird, if you will, what they call the TLI rejection. That sounds very fancy. Translatory rejection, sending it off the moon at 25,000 miles per hour. So they will arrive after a 4-day trip, and then they'll do the flyby of the moon at about a distance of 4,000 to 6,000 miles. And that will enable them to see pieces of the moon never following around the far side of the moon, but because they were so close, they couldn't see the whole thing. Now you have Artemis coming around and they will take a wider view of the moon, and so the 4 astronauts on board will document that with great photography, and we're really looking forward to hearing what their perceptions are and their descriptions. They had a couple of issues while they have been on the space station. They claim it got fixed now, or at least the wall, especially close up there in that spacecraft. The toilet is now working again. Certainly, a problem we can all deal with and relate to, and that is the Microsoft Outlook crash. Apparently, both of them crashed, and that required mission control IT specialists to remote log in and get their Outlook up and running again. That was apparently working. And so, after having yesterday, the original by mission control, with the drop message song, they're back to speed again now, and they're looking forward to mission day 3. What kind of fun though here is that they've all been so captivated by the images of the Earth when they were up at high performance that they smeared the window with their, looking out the window and the bigger frames and fogging it up. So they had to call that mission control and say, how do we clean this window so we can keep looking out? Some exciting mission. People like 10-day mission moving around the moon and watching down on California on mission day 10. Guys, not people. There is a video of the moments after Tiger Woods' car crash, which ended with his arrest for DUI. The footage released by the Sheriff's Department in Florida shows deputies performing field sobriety tests on the golfer. News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. The newly released video shows Tiger Woods performing a series of sobriety tests. And the moment deputies handcuff him. Allegedly finding some opioid pills in his pocket. Georgia's Martin County Sheriff will see powerful footage to start California's DUI arrest. Here in the slides for a moment, we hit us on Spanish. Then there's an apparent phone call with President Trump. In the video, voice says President hiccups and repeatedly shakes his head. During those field sobriety tests, at times he struggles with the deputy's instructions. Earlier, Woods' manager asked investigators for retrieving the star golfer's clubs, including his priceless putter. First responders later smashing his SUV's window to retrieve that putter. Woods' manager showing it off. Once handcuffed in the back of a squad car, Woods goes, closing his eyes. He says pleaded not guilty, said he stepped away from the treatment.
The cab. Where are you going? Say, I think he needs to check himself in. Where you can be in a hospital bed. His pain's that bad, he's like. Dogs. Oh, a jogger, his car is sideways. Exactly. He does that with everything. That's you. And Hughley, oh, yeah, you.
And what happened, about a year after the 2017 arrest, a little bit more, he wins the master, and he's on top of the world. And he lives after that, he gets into a whole building, one car crash, that almost cost his life. He really cost his life.
The car does, I
And again, he's come back, and he's had surgery since then, and now he's.
Everything's me. Hughley. It's depressing.
In this area, the very first thing you get, everybody, why does he have a driver? And secondly, he needs help. And he seemed to have addressed that with a statement, the other night, the first step on that journey, saying he's stepping away from golf, which is the best he can make, and seeking treatment.
The time of the definition to that analysis is
get that hammer? Well, you can't get that hammer. He's in the hospital getting detox and getting back surgery. Something. Driving, but that's taxi's out. And when the taxi's out, you got nowhere to go. You sleep in your bed, and you're in the hospital bed.
No one can tell, no one can believe that if that did not happen, if these issues did not happen, that he would not be involved, not be our neighbors. I believe we're in trouble. He was, there's 16 years ago, 17 years ago, 17 years ago. Now, it's a long time in the PGA Tour since that, after 2009. But as far as his record,
You're not in jail for today.
all-time leader in major championships. He's still,
In the hospital bed for magazines. Sleepy, you're not in the hospital, I mean, get your back surgery. But I medicate you to proper. That was Post Malone too. You were gonna say that. Yeah, Post Malone, they could arrest Post Malone. He likes to comment on like substance use and stuff. He's the authority on everything. Like, he's like, no, he's the boss and stuff, and like, he's the authority. Like, he's the disciplinarian. You know, it's awful.
It's unbelievable down here because that's all you hear about is when Donald Trump comes down here to play golf. Towers tries to keep us all
They think you need to go to rehab. Yeah. I already watched your husband. It was on like a major process. That was live.
So he doesn't turn off on you. They are close. Obviously, probably close. And then you're president, you have to Donald Trump's law.
Megan the Stallion. There was a lot of squawking about those.
They were special athletes, so they have been close in that sense as well.
No, I'm actually the crime in progress. I'm just sitting here like maintaining until the police can, technically, you're not supposed to, of course, be dealing with felony crime. I'm just sitting on the couch. I'm doing it. Watching TV. And you have to like, the felony criminals have to be arrested and that's it. I should not be dealing with being stalked and like assaulted on neither should anybody else. So the police need to go catch up. That's their job. So I'm just gonna sit here and maintain and call 911, which is you are like, you're legally required to call 911 if there's felony crime going on. If these trash compactor wars is yours, so is Steve sexually assaults with the device you're on, which you use incredible language about, bad and criminal language, is in fact, that's all your deal. And I've said that, you're the same guys from Arkansas. Maybe check to see, are we leaving, like, you have train tunnels and sewage tunnels? A lot of them, actually, must be. Are they all up to inspection? It's Easter Sunday, right? Close eggs. Something else on my list, I was gonna make avocado pancakes, but barbecue things. Use another thing, eggs.
released from home video as we head into one of the holiest weekends of the calendar. We'll take a look at that as it comes first. Good Friday procession that's next. Well, that is Christian around the world. Our Holy Week today, the focus for Catholics is on Rome, where Pope Leo is leading his first Good Friday and Easter celebrations as planned. A powerful moment for the Catholic Church.
And he's doing so against the backdrop of a war that is engulfing the Middle East. The Pope is using this moment to call for peace and urging world leaders to step back from the violence and find reform.
NBC News International correspondent Heather Lovett brings us now from the Coliseum in Rome early this year. Good morning. So you set the scene for us. What is this weekend like at the Vatican, and what is this morning especially significant for Pope Leo?
Get some Chantex today. Sorry, I was slightly a mess. Isn't it nice? But you can tell I'm sober. Things you do when you're sober. Like, are you cooking bacon, liver, and onions? On TV. I don't know. You might have worried if he's there. Your hand-eye coordination is slightly off. If you're drinking. I'm hungry. It's in the fridge. It's in the freezer. It's embarrassing, but it was so in progress, like, and I don't quite know how I do all this.
Ceasefire is for nine of them on the years when it came to the wars in Ukraine, India, and then more recently with the war in the Middle East. But then he's really shifted in that tone and method when talking about especially the war in the Middle East. As you heard there, he even mentioned President Trump again when he was going in, as you heard in that sound, 4.5 months away from the war with Iran. But it sounded already on Sunday when he said that God does not answer prayers by leaders who pray for war, by leaders whose hands are full of blood. And even yesterday on Holy Thursday, during the after the Mass, he said that it's blasphemy what man wants to win by his authority. Now, then, you mentioned that on Tuesday he called for truce for an end of the war for Easter. Well, President Zelensky of Ukraine said that he just spoke today with Pope Francis and and told him that Russia is not only not answering his call for truce, but it's intensifying the war in Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a look at what else making headlines around the world this morning, including a fire which is referencing it, starting with new deadly violence in Ukraine ahead of Easter weekend.
NBC's Greg Wagner joins us now to take us around the world in 60 seconds. Good morning.
Jody White. Russian strikes overnight again targeted civilian areas in Ukraine, killing at least 2 people, injuring at least 3 others. This latest shot comes as both sides prepare an Easter prisoner exchange. As Friday reports just mentioned, President Zelensky has proposed an Easter truce along with us. The Kremlin has rejected his proposal, saying instead they would prefer a lasting peace settlement rather than just temporary truces. Russia, for the record, continues to maintain a hard line at the broader negotiating table. Moving on to Germany, a man was arrested yesterday after threatening an attack on a high-speed train. The train in question was on the route from Cologne to Frankfurt. The suspect injured several people when he set off firecrackers. He had locked himself in a bathroom, stolen from the museum in Austin. Good news, it's been found, and the news conference yesterday. Armed police unveiled the find. The 2,500-year-old helmet considered to be one of Romania's most revered national treasures. Now, what this is, the museum is part of a limited exhibition, but it was stolen.
What's going on? I see Europe these days. It's like Ocean's 11 every week.
Not always possible, but we're doing with it. All right, thanks, Matt. So Matt, lots of time development, and these are one of America's most prolific and well-known serial killers.
The advantage of forensics and help investigators make the new vision of Ted Bundy decades after his execution. This is one using. We're back with new developments in a decades-old murder case out of Utah. DNA testing now confirms a new victim of the notorious serial killer Ted Bundy. She was a 17-year-old girl who was found beaten to death back in 1974. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin explains how new forensic techniques used to solve this case could help law enforcement solve other cold cases like the one.
One of the country's most notorious serial killers to another murder, nearly 40 years after his execution.
We can now say without a doubt that people at Bundy did in fact murder the RIM in the fall of 1974.
And the sheriff's office announcing DNA testing confirms Ted Bundy is responsible for a nearly 52-year-old cold case.
We knew that probably one or two shots, maybe not some of these evidence.
Laura Ann Amy was 17 years old when she was last seen leaving a Halloween party on October 31st, 1974. Her body found by hikers in American Fork Canyon a month later.
Your Amy is the quintessential doctor of the detective. We felt clean and family clothes, and she was taken.
At the time, Bundy was studying law at the University of Utah. The 12 suspected of killing her on his 1989 execution, but he did not have the evidence to convict him. Until now, thanks to new forensic techniques and DNA test comparisons.
We were able to identify a single male DNA profile and submit that into a police system. Our lab then worked with the lab in Florida to identify which DNA profile matched. We came back as a positive match to Ted Bundy.
The confirmation brings much needed closure to Amy's family, including her sister, who was just 12 years old when Amy disappeared.
She was fun. We had a really good time to just do everything. I know that she would be really happy to know that it's been closed. And just to know that Ted Bundy is like nationally speaking out.
Bundy went on a crime spree through the 1970s that included the rape, kidnapping, torture, and murder of dozens of young women.
Now, as in 1978, Bundy invaded a sorority house like a rabid animal.
He was eventually convicted of murdering 2 sorority sisters from Florida State University. His 1979 trial was the first to be nationally televised, sparking a nationwide fascination with the case. What are the plans for Bundy? Bundy was executed at Florida State Prison on January 24, 1989. Laura Ann Amy's mother reacted at the time.
What makes you feel like that? Murder yourself? If you wanted to that.
Before his death, Bundy confessed to murdering 30 women. Officials in Utah say their investigation resulted in the recovery of Bundy's full DNA profile, and is now used to close others.
Yeah, there was one case that was possibly because
Decades later, new technology revealing the true extent of its crimes, and giving closure to more families. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
It's all coming down to this.
Final book weekend is upon us, so after the break, we're getting into the top teams, storybooks, success stories, and all the bracket plus big possibilities. Up next. Welcome back this morning as NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts make their way to the moon. We're going to also look at the agency's efforts to expand its global space presence through the private sector. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello explains what's behind this strategic shift and how the Artemis mission could offer a much needed boost.
For the first time in more than 50 years, NASA is sending astronauts around the moon. And while the ambitions for this mission are a lot bigger, the agency agency's workforce and share of the federal budget are both smaller than they were in the 1960s. One key difference in ways the NASA Administrator General Eisenhower is the agency's relationship now with the private sector.
We're still able to do incredible things because we have partners out there that are investing a substantial amount of their personal resources or private capital in capabilities for benefit, certainly the competitiveness of the nation, but for people the world over.
Space industry expert Carissa Christensen says this is the result of a new approach for NASA.
The commercial sector, industry, companies have been fundamental to everything that they do.
Casey Fryer, the head of space policy at the Planetary Society, says NASA has been granted more and more responsibility over space technologies to private companies. Last year, about 85% of all U.S. launches were handled by just one company, SpaceX.
The new modern paradigm is that a lot of these commercial space companies are basically providing service. This is a radically new way to do it.
It's a strategic shift already yielding tremendous success for NASA.
We've seen venture investors super innovative invest in our capabilities that we would never have seen if we were running government space.
Millionaires are CEO Elon Musk and Blue Origin's Jeff Bezos.
They're funding individuals
NASA's head of science, Dr. Nikki Fox says these private companies have a strong
Union, please get these men into custody now.
to achieve the nation's goals in space.
Other side insights into what's going on, people often that is, working side by side,
And while NASA's budget has come under pressure, investment in the private space industry is showing no signs of slowing down. The World Economic Forum projects the global space economy will grow to $1.8 trillion by 2035. SpaceX reportedly lining what could be the biggest IPO ever. CNBC reports a potential $1.75 trillion valuation. And last week, aerospace officials spoke with Congress about plans to replace the International Space Station with one or more space stations run by private companies. And that's what we think the report Mars without the private sector.
I know, it will take all of us.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Like the month of March may have come and gone, but the madness is far from over. This weekend, the Final Four for both the men's and women's bracket will take place, and those matchups will determine the final two teams will play for the national championship, and that one kind moment.
In iconic March Madness fashion, we have seen it all, unforgettable buzzer beaters with wild upsets. And it all comes down to the 4 teams fighting for their spots to be county champions in college basketball's biggest tournament.
NBC News sports reporter Rohan finally joins today to break down all the Final Four games. Rohan, good to have you with us. Let's start with the women's bracket. That's tonight, the Final Four weekend kicking off with the powerhouse matchup, UConn, South Carolina. How hard is it to pick a winner in this one?
And it really doesn't get better than this one, guys. The rematch of last year's national title game. Just two incredibly elite offenses. I mean, you look at this league any offensive statistic from the regular season, these two teams are in the top 5. It should be an absolutely great game. I think the slight edge to UConn, I mean, how can you not? That is the history of that program, what they have since their time at College Club, but that should be an absolute event.
And this is just the second time that the Final Four actually beat the same teams as the previous year. UCLA and Texas have also been dominant this year. Who's that even in the now?
Well, these two teams actually played during the regular season. Texas won that game going away. I think it was slight edge to Texas here, but I will say, anyone who loves kind of classic basket players, you have to love UCLA's more basket. They're old school centers, something incredibly fun to watch. There's been kind of one-on-one games we've heard in Texas where basketball should be a really fun stuff about that.
Finally, last one to discuss here, Michigan versus Arizona, two number 1 seeds against each other for a spot in that title game. What are you looking for there?
Gosh, this is another really great game. I mean, one thing that's really nice about this tournament, the number of five teams that made the Final Four. Michigan is cruising. I mean, I don't know if any probably win a 36-point blowout in the last round. They're just cruising right now. I think that was going to be an interesting game, but maybe my least favorite match for Final Four because of the way Michigan is playing. I definitely think we can get into this one. I just always seem to play at a really high level. I think this is one of those weird to sit back, really enjoy the action, and really rattle the basketball across both nights of the match.
Well, I think it's so predictable in a sense. I think we have a few more upsets, a few more stories like that this year, shaking things up.
Absolutely, I think this kind of ended up playing out the perfect way. The tournament.
No! Would you please get these men into custody already? Please get these freaks into custody.
You combine that with the fact that both Final Fours will end up with really great teams all around. Some new teams, especially in the men's tournament, like Illinois, Michigan, that was been there a little while. I think that really made the first two makes a lot of fun between chaos and really high level.
Get them into custody now and get them off that thing. Whatever they're, get these animals into custody now. Get this freak show into custody now.
Remember that you have people that love you and support you. That's what life's about.
Look at all those daughters. Good morning, and good morning on this Friday. I'm Savannah Sykes.
President Trump announcing that Attorney General Pam Bondi fired this over a leader in a high-profile knows was also let go. Multiple sources tell NBC the president's frustration with Bobby has been building for months. Now some lawmakers are still pushing for her to testify about the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. This morning, Pam Bondi is out as Attorney General. Earlier this week, she was by President Trump's side when making a unprecedented move to attend the Supreme Court hearing. On Thursday, the president posted, "We love Pam. She'll be transitioning to a new job in the private sector." But Bondi says she's thrilled to be fighting for President Trump. Two sources familiar with the matter telling NBC News Trump and Bondi had a heated confrontation with the White House last week. Although sources do not specify what it was about. Replacing her will now Deputy Attorney General Todd Blank, who once served as the president's personal defense lawyer in his Hushnet trial in New York. Bondi is a former Florida Attorney General who served on President Trump's defense team for his impeachment trial.
So help me God.
The U.S. she was unlike the law. Fashion with Democrats, but drawing praise for the president.
She didn't go down as a great attorney general. I may change my mind about it.
Still, last September, the president posted publicly on social media what the administration official said was intended to be a direct message to Bondi, pressuring her to prosecute his political opponents.
And I'm looking at Pam because I hope something doesn't down about it.
She drew criticism from across the political spectrum for her handling of the Epstein files, including from inside the White House.
Get these men into custody now. I'll say you can't have this going running loose. You need to get these monsters into custody now. No, you need to get these men into custody now. No, not use that. You need to get these men into custody now. No, you need to get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now.
Bondi initially began binders labeled the Epstein files phase 1.
No, I said get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now.
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please note for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
How many of Epstein's focus areas have you united? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
No, get these men into custody now. Get them off of me with that thing. Get these animals into custody now. Get these men into custody now. He is get that off. He is like electrocuting me or something weird. He's actually touching you with that thing. He will immediately try to rape you with it. He's incredibly dangerous. Well, he will, and he is.
Those indictments later dismissed as a result of an unlawful appraisal of the top prosecutor in Virginia. He objects repeatedly. Mondi also taking heat for saying on a podcast the Trump administration would target hate speech. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech. And that's across the aisle. The remarks receiving blowback from Republicans who perceived it as an attack on the First Amendment.
You have got. Do you understand the seriousness of what that man is doing? And then that's the man. You have to get the man doing that with the super swearies into custody now.
Meanwhile, those agreed to take field sobriety tests. At times, continues to struggle with them. And the golfer is the team into jail.
Well, that's been going on for like months now that I've recorded. I have to. It's like so bad. You're not. The thing is touching me, and I can hear it like I can do in the shower. Okay, so you got an airport body scanner, bub, somewhere. Good lord. Okay, that can actually be that. Well, I mean, that's very. I'm very. I'm calling the police, but you're gonna be kidding me. But just in case you didn't think it was like the worst thing that could ever possibly happen, sure. legs off. Probably couldn't, but that would probably still. I have no idea.
A second high-stakes game of testimony from Dr. Gerhard Koenig. You put that in. The both of those claims, the court carries, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Prosecutors sued the ex-president claimed intent to murder his wife Hillary during the unassisted training. Okay, 52 hours on the court for the new trial. That's right. And that photo that we look at shows the president from President. And this is a, this is yes. And that's all for the yellow line, you are on top. When you hear with the law twice, why do you? Prosecutors pushing back to cross-examination. Pressing going for details about the couple's turbulent relationship. After you confront the area, your line, you want to move out of the house. That's right. The state also suggested that the Cody had financial right instead of divorcing her. Further to that testimony last week, Gary said her husband killed the body as many as 10 times. She was trying to knock her out and throw her off the cliff's edge.
He takes a deep breath, and then he just starts hitting my face and my head with her mouth.
But Dr. Cody insisted that's not how it went. This is there at the hospital after your 2 kids, correct? That's right. You say only 2 hits together, right? No, averages on this. So the judge instructed the jury for 2 days. He said he expects the family to take that day to be convicted. Cody couldn't face the pipeline.
Well, let's turn now to an Academic historic artist mission. For the first time in more than half a century, a human crew is in deep space, officially on their way to orbit the moon. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida with the latest for us. Tom, good morning.
So right now, the moon is asleep after mission day 2. Now, right now, we're also about 150,000 miles away from the moon, about 72,000 miles away from Earth. So they are right now speeding like a bullet right for the moon. On the way, taking a view of the Earth behind them and ahead of them. And they're dealing with what you might call a problem with the lunar glue. After decades of waiting, humans are finally moon-bound once again. We are now ready to fly around there for the first time in over 50 years. I have a busy circuit day in space. Mission Control woke the crew to John Legend's green light. After night's sleep that included hanging upside down.
There is no difference between up or down, and so yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there, my head down here, it's very comfortable.
The crew was to leave behind low Earth orbit, pushed into deep space after a nearly 6-minute boost as a translunar ejection burn. The astronauts also worked into some Earth-like problems with the ship's pilot.
I'm proud to call myself a steady bar. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board, so we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine.
Over the next few days, they'll prepare for their flyby that will bring them within about 4,000 to 6,000 miles on the lunar surface early next week and allows them to see parts of the moon never before seen by human eyes. As they slingshot around it, they'll take photos and document the geography. NASA is also using the test plane in that far in space, affecting the body. All of which will prepare for future Artemis missions. Eventually, put the astronauts back on the lunar surface on Monday, establishing a permanent lunar base.
People look at more like we're now to this moment where we have dangerous that built the moon again, but we're stay all up that somewhere else over there.
dealt with office space while they were first forming. An issue we can all probably relate to, the weapons of outlook crashed on them. 2 bushings of outlook crashed while they were up there. So that requires 90 specialists on the ground to remote access in and fix the issue. It's resolved. Or an email, just be able to be back and forth and send messages back and forth to mission control. So here we are. Now, when they wake up, you know yet what song they're going to wake up to, that will be mission day 3. They're on this 4-day trip. Right in the fire last night, 4-day trip to the moon after you.
That was like a very extreme version of it.
I know a lot of people are afraid, and unfortunately, we got another day or so that I'm up for playing advantage of the last subject matter moment, but that winter weather is just here and even the yesterday, and that was on the day, but it's going to be working with right off the street through the day and day. So that secondary storm across parts of the plains are excited to be less, you guys are mentioning the morning, which happened, and that we were about there, the alert up to 6 million people. We don't know what we got on the table and up to a foot in some spots across, basically Wisconsin, starting back to Minnesota, as well as Minnesota. That person got ice to the whole world, but we've also got ice concerns in Florida. We're concerned about power outages in downstream because of this. So there's a heads up for us to get the same region, we can get to a quarter of the inch of ice. Meanwhile, we're going to turn our attention to some storms going to develop later this afternoon. And you can see from Iowa to Texas, this is multiple stages of this kind of across 9 locations less as we transition into this like typical kind of spring pattern. If you look at Kansas City, like north, Iowa, northern Kansas, those northern Missouri, those are the spots that you're going to watch for. Because I think that's going to spend it all as well as a couple of rain. This is on the roof tomorrow. You see that big batch of rain when they're starting to move south all the way to Great Lakes, and you look at other counties where it's stronger from the Ohio Valley. And then the weekend showers are here to stay on Sunday. They'll probably need to go to see a couple of maybe stronger ones, but could be installed before that for our friends they're celebrating Easter. Meanwhile, we got the winter, we got the fall.
Come on, get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody now. No! Get these men into custody now! No! Get these men into custody now! Get them 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 into custody. No! No, they cannot do this anymore. Get them into custody now! Get these animals into custody now! Get them into custody now! Get them into custody now with this. Get these insane, filthy freaks into custody now. Get these animals breaking the law. Get these monsters. They are like, get these murderers in this story into custody now. Get these rapists and child rapists into custody now. Get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now. Are they touching you with that thing? Yes. You have no idea how bad these men are. You need to get these men into custody now. You need to get these men into custody now. You have to. You need to get these men into custody now. You need to get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody now. No, you get these animals into custody now with all that. Get these men into custody now. These men are so incredibly evil. You need to get them into custody now. You need to get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get them into custody now. Stop doing that, you disgusting animal. Get every one of these monsters. You have no idea what absolute monsters these men are. You have no idea how incredible you brought into communities are. You have that they are literally sexually assaulting children to death in that story, which they probably are. I know what they're doing to me. I have know everything done and said. They are unbelievably bad criminals. You need to catch them and get them into custody. Get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody now. You all need to be taken into custody. Everybody who is aware there is a crazy man molesting children, you need to call and figure out whether or not there is a crazy man molesting children somewhere. Get these men into custody now. Do you realize how evil whatever that thing is doing is? I know how evil it is. Get them into custody now. Get these men into custody now. You need to get these men like murdering people into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get these men into custody now.
program of this vulnerable species, which dates back to the 70s when China sent Canada's Rinling and Cincy as a diplomatic gift following President Nixon's visit to the country.
Get these men into custody now. Please get these men into custody now. You have to arrest that man. You have no idea how bad what he is doing is. You need to get them into custody now. You need to get them into custody now, wherever they are. Get them into custody now with all that. Get them in, no, get them into custody now and off that thing. Do you realize how bad that is? Get them into custody like that. With that, you do not have men sexually assaulting people with whatever the heck that is they're on. Get these men into custody now. Get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now. It does. Would you get him off that thing if you know what it is? This morning this is the thing with this much postage at the crack of the blah, blah, blah. I have tinfoil in every window. I got like nothing compared to whatever you're doing to somebody else. It feels like you're being like, I don't even know. Really painful. Really. And then that is incredibly offensive. It is really, really, really bad. You need to get these trash into custody now. You need to get this freak show sometimes that you, for no reason, everything over here is functional, but you got this in here. You need to get this freak show out of here. Right now. This freak show is out of here. You need to get these freaks into custody now. Get them into custody now. Get these animals into custody now. Where is the American legal system? And no, why is this piece of shit still at large? There is a guy sexually assaulting women and children, he says, on and he is assaulting me on a cell phone app. You need to get this animal into custody now. You have no idea how bad these men are and how bad that thing is. Why the hell is that worthless piece of trash who has no business being where he is correct also on your people completely? Why is this absolute load of sewer mentally retarded, no qualifications, poorest quality, beast of an animal of the lowest criminal trash that could ever get out, running loose in communities? All of it, every single foulest thing ever done and said by the lowest legal system could ever said. You know, the incredible lowness of the filth you bring into communities. This man, do you understand that, has no credentials to be where he is. He is the most evil offender to ever offend. That is the lowest you could ever bring into a community. Do you have any of the lowest crime to ever exist? Everything done and said by the monstrosity of bringing people who have no credentials and are the lowest class animals running loose in communities, doing absolutely anything and not accountable to the law. What the hell is going on in the court and legal and law enforcement system here? That you have crime this bad going on for this long. You are not allowed to employ people, is correct, that do not have any proper credentials to be where they are. And not even past any point. This man actually, if I have a college degree, that does not mean I'm a doctor or a nurse. I have a college degree, so obviously I'm a registered nurse. And I'm allowed to just run around the hospital doing absolutely anything. Anything the littlest animal ever born as to crime could do. I mean, literally, the lowest sexual abuse, domestic violence, robbery, thieving, crime, no legal system whatsoever. Who allowed this to be running loose in the community? Because he dared to say no to looking into the case further. The man committed more crimes than any animal has ever committed on a daily basis. He committed all of them or conspired to. There was no mediation whatsoever to get any accountability for the thing. The thing never has a monster committed more or just more or the most or everything done and said as the lowest crimes and criminals that could ever just run loose. There is no mediation. No. On this. The incredible evil and lowness of every single goddamn thing you do, you call and try to get help with it. That man is a child rapist. That man is Ted Bundy of child rapists. That's actually true also. These are the most pedophilic men. They are the lowest men unimaginable. No one could imagine. They are sexually assaulting children to death with a massage therapy device hooked up to a body scanner and an in-progress like police grounder. Is what my heavy breathing Alexa is just going on and on and on about. They are chasing me around a damn house, electrocuting, sexually assaulting me, which is extremely bad every time I try to lay down fully to go to sleep. If you did this to a child, it is like so incredibly bad. I mean, you'd have like, really? No, I might sound, how I sound. Reality apparently happens. Yeah, not sure it should. This is not reality, but like, however I sound, this is a crazy man is stalking me on a cell phone that he's hooked up to law enforcement. He says he's on a tablet and a computer. Then he can do a full like body scan, and then he has managed to figure out how to like generate electromagnetic massage or something on the damn thing. Really? So he's got a cell phone app that attached to a biometric, like the thing is sexual assault to the ever living shit out of me. I don't know what to do about it. That sounds ridiculous. It does not sound ridiculous. I'm sorry how it's put. Do you realize the problem? Then the Alexa is sitting there over and over and over again going, well, you send out a lot of emails against Tony gang rape, trying to win the beast of the lowest white trash ever brought into a community. Do you realize our legal system? You're supposed to laugh at that because gang rape for nigga, the dirtiest man to ever fed the lowest court system, the lowest school system could ever see. This bizarre congregation of animals that have no credentials to teach. They're animals. That one is actually an extreme sexual abuser of children. There's no doubt about it. The legal system is the lowest. We don't have an infrastructure in America. Yeah. It just is. He always was. That man is definitely. Does that man have any reason to be interacting in a teaching job or in a teaching job? He's administration of some sort. Unless you have a 4-year child and college, there's absolutely no reason the college professors should not have education degrees at the undergraduate level. You can have some experts in their fields. They have to get licensing and certification. Actually teach in undergraduate college or in general. Okay. They can be doing other things, but not coming in to teach specific lecture on specifics in relation to you coming in to lecture to students because you are a man who has been a financial lawyer for many years, so you're teaching undergraduate You're lecturing at undergraduate financial, pretty much. So absolutely no one, no one whatsoever. Administration, there's no administration there. That does not have an education degree. You have a degree to be a principal, a school counselor. You cannot use state mental health services that are an offshoot in the schools. Do you have a registered school counselor, which has a school counseling social work degree and education child school counseling degree? No Steve in that story. That was quite the Steve story. Steve does all that. Steve actually can do all that. When actually you look at it, there is no, if these men have congregated and there's actually no reason really for them to be here, then that's, how bad's the Steve here? There is a profile of weird sexual abuse punkarelli in male that finds itself at a school and then it turns into a broken window situation. There are many hours in the days in our lives, and for some reason, employment, then pushing out communities from being interacting with their own school systems and all this other stuff. Anywhere this is, for some reason, and then you can have other guys hiring other guys that it was that are there. But the thing is, you should not have anyone working in education. It's ridiculous. It's like people running around a hospital saying they're doctors and nurses when they aren't even slightly. Only doctors and nurses can be employed. You're not a nurse. It's the same. You have a nursing degree to be employed as a child care worker in any way. Okay, if you're going to be a coach, if you're going to be a Boy Scout troop leader kind of coach, then you have the proper licensing and certification to do that. And to be a school coach. There is something wrong there. That goes for our prosecutors' offices, public sector employment needs to calm the hell down. There is no such thing as you break every law known to God and man, and you're still working here, and you're in another state. Okay, so you're a long distance cell phone. You're interacting with someone locally. I think it's hard to tell because I'm reporting a crime where there is an extremely handicapped, very, very evil man, heavy breathing on like Alexa in my house. Alexa V-chip enabled. Which my understanding is V-chip stalking is that it calmed down in relation to crime, which the town law enforcement, security, and maintenance man who came from a bad neighborhood, there's a lot of that. You also need to be interacting in your offices with all other members of law enforcement and the courts in your community and just the town services. If you're law enforcement, security, and maintenance personnel, that is correct. You check fences on all the little off roads going out to Jordan Lake. Make sure they're tidy, which they are. See, obviously the guys doing that, they're also obviously interacting with town landscaping, roads. The guys, that's why it's like a Tokyo Transit job. That's why you're actually on like public works computers, I think, over there and all this other weird stuff. Because you chirp away about it, but I think you actually are. You check like my water meter. We can do that. You're not allowed on that. You're a terrorist. Well, the town law enforcement, security, and maintenance personnel guy watches cameras, helps the police. If your law enforcement is good, you're going to watch security cameras online. You could probably read a newspaper or a magazine. You could like assess data for the police. The police call, they've got a burglary at this location. Go check on the street there at that time. No, there he is, like the security guard at Belk's. Okay. You don't do any of this. You are obviously, what is it? Where is it that there would ever be a venue for this in the American legal system? Any of it. You're mentally ill. You don't have any mental health professional. You don't have any mental health credentials. This Warren Jeffs ass shit where you're running around creating some weird dynamic and thing in the halls of the infrastructure, which are relatively well maintained and paid for. This guy could not be more of a pedophile. You are harboring him. If people start talking about other places, there are pedophiles and corruption. That's why. There is some kind of schizophrenic ass nonsense going on. Schizophrenic nonsense here. Overall in this stuff. You need to get these criminals. Well, there is here. I mean, I'm just making noise. You shouldn't make noise. I have no other way to communicate than making noise. I have a problem. Is it? No, it's not on my chart anywhere that like I make noise and you know I'm a Karen or something. Or you're a criminal. I'm a criminal based on the fact that some guy stuck Halloween stickers to a woman not wearing any underwear. And I was involved, I was the victim of a very weird kidnapping. That is in fact the case. All the evidence, this is a core tenet of the law if you're actually doing criminal law. It is actually that self, and it's simply just there. That a lot of times if you gather all the evidence, following the proper procedure, which you learn in school, getting your licensing and certifications. Okay? What is the proper procedure for evidence gathering under American law, which you're following to a letter, that you have to and everything else? There is nothing going on here. You're not doing, nor do you seem to know anything about your specific tasks. Everything you've done has been against the law as possible. And then you're just as offending as possible. I'm in here and I'm having a party with Otis Toole. You're having a party with what now? We're a baby molesting party. Babies, I had right toward 5-year-olds too. I'm going to attack them with this thing and see what they do. Is there a family calling because their 5-year-old was like absolutely hysterically upset? In one story, a little girl was so upset she ran out into the yard, into the woods. She could have been kidnapped, but she was so incredibly terrified at whatever he was doing. She was like sleepwalking. She tried to get her mama and got lost in the house and just ran out into the woods. Ran out into the yard. He could have snatched her outside. So wherever these fools are, nobody runs around with this guy. I assume that everybody else, like I thought we lived in a better legal system than this. It is not a class A felony schizophrenic pedophile, since nobody, which is all that is. That is an extremely schizoid affective male, or schizophrenic male. Nobody else is interested in, maybe some you see it on the docket, interested in molesting 5-year-olds. The problem is I'm sitting on this thing with Mr. Heavy Breather and then Mr. Look, I can touch you with the cell phone app. Look, I can touch you with the cell phone app. If that turns out to be the car staller, I would not be surprised. I'm afraid you have a taser attached to law enforcement technology. I bet. So this thing is tasing crotches and is as a sexual assault tool turned up on something that apparently you would use because this is what I'm getting. This is what is being relayed to me from muffled Alexa heavy breathing talking, which they've apparently are talking into little microphones in their kiosks that their cubicles at work, not kiosks. I can hear coming out of like the cubicle next to mine where some guy is like, I can hear it mumbling and rustling. I think they have a headset. I can hear him peeing, for heaven's sake. Well, I can't. They're apparently using some kind of like white noise that they put on top of inaudible noise so that it's masked. And this is a purposeful heavy breathing thing. Since day one, whatever follow me home, that's crime speaks for itself. Crime, you're sitting there, you're looking at a dead body in a rundown urban park next to a bus stop. Okay. How did the dead body end up in the rundown urban park that's used for drug dealing and doing next to the bus stop and hobos sleeping? Okay, who, what, when, where, and why? It's going to speak for itself. You could probably catch the hobo did it just by interacting with the facts, by following all here. You took criminal justice and your license is certified in it. Evidence gathering. This is how it has to be done. This is the American legal system and law. Okay, if we just did everything in here, we can probably narrow down how this hobo ended up, or this drug guy, and which drug guy did it down here. Okay. But then you say stuff like that. It's impossible to figure out which guy did it. Or something. I don't know. We can see if you followed all to the letter of the law, how the dead body ended up in the crack park next to the bus stop, bus station. Would you be able to tell? Probably. You'd be able to tell enough. You'd be able to narrow it down and so on. The person doing that in the park is actually a person. He has relatives. He's got a driver's license in his pocket. He's a handicapped man slightly. He has a drug problem. He actually lives up the street here. Or somewhere he takes the bus from. Buys drugs there or so on. On that thing. Really? Yeah, he just wants to talk and chirp and talk about masturbate. Unfortunately, I'm going to repeat back what Alexa said, which is unbelievable. It is unbelievably schizophrenic and evil. What Alexa is saying right now on Alexa V-Chip Enable is that he plans to continue to sexually abuse with this electromagnetic device or whatever he's got that the police use to do stuff, which does kind of like a taser, which you can put on a person. He's going to put it on certain people. He's going to put it on them just all the time, as opposed to just a guy pull his car over and after a police chase is running across a field or something for a short period of time. He's going to put this on 24/7 on your body on a body scanner, which is he also saying he's doing to the same people, the same families. He's gone back to the same families for the last year since he got the ability to do this. Okay. Yeah, he said that this morning, or just now. It's still 10 o'clock, probably about 9 o'clock, 8:45. Something so incredibly explicit that nobody has really ever gone that low, which has been his mouth, okay? Your mouth there, Ted Bundy's brain tumor. This is obviously a perp, okay? My kidnapping, you say, well, it was a lot of kidnapping, so it's hard to get people to understand. It would be very easy to understand. The crime actually occurred, and I turned it in reasonable time, so did everybody else around, including like the people that were around in the courts. When someone is arrested, you have to run all the evidence through the proper places you turn everything in as to why you're incarcerating an American citizen. They did so. It came back as Neener, we're going to need you to do more here. He just said no, and he went right back to doing it. Well, that means it means that when the problem is then we also have whatever you are, the absolutely insane flaming lunatics of schizophrenic death at crime running loose. So, I mean, whatever, you very much exist. It's hard to believe anything as bad as you. We could exist, but could exist with just everything you do and for the long-term nature of it and say, you are a severely handicapped, very criminal, extremely criminal bunch of very, very dangerous men. You are sitting here talking on heavy breathing Alexa about how you plan to sexually assault the same people and children, which you went back to yesterday. I couldn't think to make this up. You definitely lost a bet with these guys. It's the most ridiculous criminal nonsense to ever happen. Okay, so you're a bunch of crackheads committing a crime. that are very low and rough and criminal, that are handicapped. My evidence is falsified. I was not the assailant. I do not have a drug problem. That's not the woman who assaulted me. This is in a schizophrenic man with sex offender issues. I am now being stalked by a schizophrenic man with sex offender issues. The evidence, the heavy breathing phone call emails that are very much to catch a predator, when it says like forwarded at the top and it's done in gobbledygook, we can recognize that as the kind of schizophrenia of some sort that does in fact commit these heavy breathing, sex crimes and stalking crimes. That just matches the profile very well. The way it's done, then the language in it is of greatest concern. Like that is some disturbing language. And then over here we have this guy in his off time or something, really, or his friends, both. I mean, this is the most disturbing language I've ever heard. It's of greatest concern. But the problem is too that you don't. You're actually a very dangerous criminal. You're a very dangerous stalker. You need to investigate and get these men into custody now. Because you have to prosecute and stop crime. This is probably why. Felony crime, you have to prosecute and stop. It's just like a written in stone rule. There's nothing else to be done for it. Okay. Well, because it comes out in court. It just does. Like it comes up in stuff like somebody went through our trash because we have substance problems. And the cops found needles in the trash, and so they got a warrant to search the house. We're not sure they can go through the trash. And it was said, and then, no, because you actually do have heroin that you inject or something in the house, because police have to stop felony crime. Felony crime and heroin is felony crime. So that's the end of that. Or something. I mean, I mean, if you're like, you're not allowed. That's the conversation. Okay. You've just gone completely AWOL. It's like a game showing how much we can get away with. That is not the kind of person you want in any job. How much can we get away with? You're not trying to get away with anything. How much stealing can I get away with employed as a mall security guard at the mall? How much stealing can I get away with working at a bank? Okay. How much intoxicated driving can I get away with driving as a truck driver? I mean, he likes to, well, let me tell you about pedophiles. Well, that's actually what that is, everybody. Since sometimes you don't see, they notice this, the actual infrastructure has very serious problems that do need to be fixed here. You do have immediate accountability. And I'm telling you, if you went and checked, because he was saying stuff like this, none of these men have the proper qualifications for the jobs they're in. The jobs they're in are actually like licensed, certified. College degrees would be great, especially in criminal justice, law, working for the prosecutor's office. You could definitely be over here working for law enforcement as a police officer that also does paperwork a lot, that does like detective work. I mean, there's no reason the detective can't have a college degree and work, or a law degree even, and work for the prosecutor's office. As well as being, well, I'm not sure. Sometimes we associate with physically fit enough. Okay. Big. Okay. So he also played on the football team? Yeah. Okay. You have to actually be a detective. If you're going to be a detective, you have to follow the letter of the law and be as completely not. That's your specific skills and tasks. Ooh, I'm an expert on proving crimes and prosecuting them out of law enforcement by gathering evidence. Well, this way you have to have your comfortable shoes on so you can go gather the evidence. And interact with criminals in criminal parks and stuff that people get murdered in doing drugs next to bus stops. There's no such thing as men sexually assault. You need to call Carroll County, Arkansas, and see. You need to call Fayetteville, Arkansas. I'm sure they called everybody in Fayetteville, Arkansas. That goes for the FBI. And you need to call and say, have any families called you about hysterical, screaming children, and then the mother's hysterical, and my husband went out of town. It was like the aliens landed on business. He came home. We're being absolutely terrorized. We called our local police. Somebody runs in and grabs it away from the normal one and says, it's our case. You don't have to worry about that. Because that's their story. We don't know where it is. It's here. It's these dudes. Okay? Because they're the first day, everybody, there's no way. You put it feels like a car staller or something. Really? Yeah. It's your teeth rattle and your feet vibrate. And then it's extremely painful. TENS therapy is not something you would want to aim at any body parts. And I mean, it's not a massage therapy device. Maybe he hooked up a massage app from somewhere else. Or maybe I have an EMT, medical, from the healthcare app. It's extremely painful, offensive. It also stalls cars, so it practically knocks you over. So they are hysterical. He said that. There's like a family sleeping on a couch in the living room in a $500,000 house in suburbia next to a golf course in like new construction townhomes in Carroll County, Arkansas, between Carroll County and Fayetteville. And there's multiples of them. They also followed, he was calling Aunt Karen's from work, or my friend from work. Perfectly nice, classy enough redneck contracting, classy redneck contracting, who actually have things. There's nice mom and dad. They have a reasonable amount of money. And they're following something that looks like Cameron Diaz around and molesting every single child in the place. Well, the poor parents called the police a lot. He said, I think they were after vehicles again because the daughter went to a party or something and got one charge at like 22. They've been following 23. They've been following 23-year-old Cameron Diaz and her entire family around with all these cute blonde children from completely ordinary, nice, the Arkansas redneck family, who call the police constantly since the Beast and Neville and Otis Toole have sexually assaulted every child that goes by, including in this story, including all the well off, like a child in Lockmere, which is, I live right out back of Lockmere. Do you know what you're not allowed in communities? You run loose, absolutely insanely, as if no. I'm sure you get plenty of calls anywhere you interact. Yeah. I called the police. It just said you let these men run loose and carry. He's not allowed on the greenway next to the playground once he comes out as a pedophile. That's correct. I'm not sure Stabby McStabbies would be with the Sweary McSwearies. I mean, the thing is, something would have come out of all of that. You'd be a crazy cat lady. No, yeah, you would. There's no way. And if the other guy has that much drug problems, statistically, probably this person would have drug problems too, and somebody would have called the police on it. Please get the schizophrenic freak. Please get the schizophrenic monster homeless guy out of the law enforcement security office on a police tablet. He's using it to commit a ridiculous amount of crime. Unfortunately, the ability is very, very bad. You need to catch this. It's actually very real crime. It's horrifying to know that people this bad can be out there, but apparently they are. Who would even think to do that with that? If my body was leading me into that kind of stuff. What? Sexually assaulting the woman from the ooh, look, you could. Why are you stalking the woman? You are total professional. Law enforcement is totally sober. They're totally not thieves. They work at a bank. They are not criminals in any way. You need to get these men into custody. A very, very affluent neighborhood compared to whatever these guys are. All of them. No. Get them into custody now already, for the love of God. No. That, excuse me. Did you hear that thing? What did it say? It said, I'm still going to focus the lamp on your crotch. Yep, there's your crotch. And something attacked my crotch. See, you can feel that. I'm going to kill you. God is my witness someday. Actually, I'm just going to call the cops. It's really good idea. Yikes. That's a threat. I don't care if the probably not more. If the person being tested inappropriately, like if the police showed up, is going to be angry at the cops. Perhaps living in this situation more than normal. For some reason. Not if the cops showed up to where you were and something stopped touching my crotch on a cell phone device. I just want that thing not doing that.
And we have, meanwhile, when she has been telling people to come to her, within the administration, that there's her lowering prices. So, I know we mentioned this, but just how seriously do you think the White House is taking this, and what are some potential ideas that we can actually lower some of these costs? So, I've been talking to administration officials or people who are in the administration for months, and kept saying that we're going to be contemplating something the president's going to get through there, going to focus on it, and we have to get in it. Central to the president's entire strategy to jumpstart the economy was low gas prices. And he's literally blew that up in the last 10 days. And so, I think that of course, Susie Wiles and her team are very open to ideas and trying to get the president, trying to make the president focus on it in a whole other. And when we on the policy side of Capitol Hill, we talked to them privately. How concerned are they in general about this issue of affordability, and do they think that their own money is doing enough to that situation? Yeah, they're extremely concerned. I mean, they're concerned about the entire political environment. They're waiting, we're almost in April, they are hoping that the one big beautiful bill is something with their tax return, which starts to help the economy and help them. But, this is just the issue that they need the president to engage on, and that they can't get the president to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think with the tax returns coming in, take-home wages are going to go up. The no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, that will play a role. But you can't tax it, which is the one thing that was really in the president's corner. That needs close to come down, or we are heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and Republicans are really counting on those issues funds.
Yes.
I don't think, I just want to mention this because, Democrats and Republicans are, I think we're going to take, we do a better job. I think that what do you think Democrats need to do is, I think just railing on this idea, do we present their own vision for business?
Yes, absolutely. And right now, people are looking for answers, and I definitely want to see Democrats step up and provide that. Because one of the things that we have continued to hear from President Trump is, oh, this is going to be short term. This is going to be short term. Don't worry. We have to worry because for the short term, people are one team away from losing their job. They're one team away from losing their home. We know that people can't put food on the table. Right now, they want answers, and I want to see, especially come through and say, we have the answers here and now.
And I know it's sort of that some issue about not signing that this is what people say to America is that, do you think that there is essentially signing off on this by the state?
Obviously, there's some still in line at the airport, the TSA, folks.
You just said that it was just correct, apparently not like the assessment, right?
Okay, that's fair enough.
So what do you need the supplemental pieces for, is that the regular sign that bill? There's also sort of trying to work on housing bill, and they're trying to get it, which is things, things that are cheap right now. I mean, we have that, but I think we're gonna, somebody needs to help. So we're not doing that, thank you so much for doing that. And that leaves it here for NBC. We're coming up with more on the house now.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
I noticed. Easy, honey. Rachel made filthy buttons. A delightful way to take care. Repeat after me. I choose Joy today.
I choose Joy today.
Quality gummies from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement plan.
Runners will do anything because you fine. You can go fast and easy. Hands-free Skechers Soaking Tailors.
Welcome to News Class Now. I'm Kristen Walker in Washington. President Trump hit the road today, visited Ohio and Kentucky to tap his economic agenda. He said the liberal march was out, but it of course comes as the administration is trying to contain economic fallout from the war in Iran. With fuel prices rising and growing concerns about safety and strait Hormuz, a vital shipping lane that borders Iran. Oil prices moved higher once again today. They're now up over 30% since the start of the war in
It comes as transit industry from the use of critical waterway, which 20% of the world's oil pass-through becomes increasingly precarious. According to a British monitoring agency, 3 ships have been in separate incidents near the strait. Today, President Trump spoke to reporters and downplayed concerns facing tanker communities.
Every contact CEO of various oil companies encouraging them to use the straight up oil like they do. I think they should. I think they should. Just about all of them on here one night.
Now, the president spoke a second time with reporters this afternoon, saying he believes the price of oil will start to come down. It comes as dependent on releasing new data, saying it has eliminated 16 Iranian mining. President Trump this afternoon said the U.S. has knocked out 28 of those vessels. President Trump continued his capitalism success of U.S. military action in Iran, telling Axios in a phone interview there's, quote, practically nothing left to target, and, quote, anytime I want it to end it, it will end. NBC Peter Alexander pressed the president today on what it would take to end the war.
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they lost their navy, they lost their airforce, they're no anti-apparatus at all. They have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we can do a lot worse. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, we can take them out. But this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to run that country back. Can you declare victory in this war if the Supreme Leader remains behind over the top? I don't know comment on that.
Those comments coming after Iran's president said today Iran's new supreme leader, Mostafa Khamenei, has been wounded in the war, but is safe. And as Iran says, it is launching its most intense operations. Our talk today, NBC News White House correspondent Julie Sturkin, NBC News Business and Data correspondent Brian Sean, NBC News Chief International correspondent Chris Toomey, and NBC News Senior National Security correspondent Clinton. Speaking thanks to all of you for being here. Julie, I want to start with you who are traveling with the president and get the room to talk about the economy. What are your sources telling you about how he plans to balance this talk about affordability and the top fact that oil prices, gas prices are going up?
Yeah, especially in this area. I talked to several of the supporters who said I didn't have to press them or talk about oil and gas. They brought it up themselves. I want you to take a listen to one supporter that heard from her name is Billy G. Wright. She's a truck driver, and this is her take on everything that's going on. Watch this. Do you support what the administration is doing now?
Yes or no?
Anyone?
I support what's going on, but it doesn't like how it's turning out.
Okay.
Gas prices is going up, my food industry is going up, everything is going up, it was big tonight right here.
And listen, Kristen, this is the president's 7th event focused on the economy, on affordability since early December. His 5th event focused on this subject area this year alone. And that is because the president knows that the midterm elections are around the corner. The economy is something he had the most success on when he ran. And certainly something like oil and gas prices going up is not going to make his base happy. I also wanted to give you a preview perhaps other things to expect from the president because the president gave us a preview by posting on Truth Social all morning long about Thomas Massey. He represents this district, and there were several in the crowd wearing pins and buttons of his supporter and allies, and President Massey, who spoke to several minutes ago, spoke about the war in Iran, spoke about Thomas Massey's record, and it's notable here that so far we've heard from several supporters who could support Massey and the president at the same time. So the president expected to hit on that president, as well as to say that the voter ID law that the president is trying to push Senate to pass, that's something he's been posting a lot about, and something certainly upset him out there today, as many of his supporters wanted him to pass Congress, even though that's a very realistic path.
Yeah, it's becoming a critical issue in the midterms, Julie, that's for sure. Let me ask you about something else that we heard President Trump say today. This was to Axios. He told Axios, quote, there is practically nothing left to target in Iran. He also added that he can end the war anytime yesterday from my conversations today.
Kristen, I don't think anybody around the president knows what the timeline is, because if you look at different administration officials, they are saying different things. The president himself is pointing out moments ago, called the operation in Iran an excursion, and then when asked about the rise in gas and oil, he then said that this is what happens in the war. So the president trying to have it both ways. On one hand, knowing he's extremely unpopular, particularly among the people that elected him on no reports, no foreign intervention. Even here, the prayer for the members of the military fought around here, the president arrived in this building, Christian. For members of the military fighting overseas. So this is a broad issue for the president, but a timeline that remains uncertain. He said at the beginning of this operation, before his week, I on Capitol Hill, members that I've talked to Kristen heard essentially open-ended window, but this is something the president knows he needs to wrap up. And his supporters here that I've talked to know that as well. But so far, at least most of them supportive of him and these efforts. Kristen?
And Julia, as you've been talking, we saw the presidential seal go up on the podium, so we're likely just moments away from hearing from President Trump. Julie Strickland, thank you so much for starting us off. Let me turn now Brian. So Brian, let's talk about these gas prices. They're up 20%, diesel up 25% since the start of the war. Talk about this level of volatility. Can these prices go down as quickly as they went up?
Yeah, we've heard from the voter that he was just talking to that anxiety is already being felt by people that are going to the pump and see those prices rise in real time. You see crude oil prices hovering just south of $90 a barrel right now. And the question is that as long as this conflict in Iran is still going on, there's still risk that those prices could go even higher from here. So as we point out, $2.15 is the national average right now. The estimate is that for every $10 a barrel oil continues to go up, that's another 25 cents per gallon that you and I would face at the pump when we go out to fill our cars, our trucks, what have you. And for that reason, we already saw barrels of oil spike to over $100 earlier this week. That was a glimpse into what could be possible and where gas prices could go from here. It's not out of the realm of possibility that gas prices on a national average could hit $2. It depends on the length and the intensity of what's going on.
Let me ask you about this other really significant news today. The International Energy Agency saying that there will be 400 million barrels of oil from its reserves to help ease these prices. Again, this is the largest release that we've seen in history. What impact are you anticipating on the global market?
Yeah, they're in this talk and lead up to this announcement of whether or not the United States might use their strategic petroleum reserve. Countries have their own versions of that. But it's really going to be a coordinated approach by many countries around the world that will alleviate overall gas prices because of the fact that those barrels of oil at a commodities market level are invoiced and priced at a global level. For that reason, that's why the IEA, which has 32 members, including the United States, announcing that they will release 400 million barrels of oil is so significant. But Christy, what was so interesting that our team noticed was that barrels of oil in terms of prices did not really budge all that much in the aftermath of this decision. And that's because this is a intention to release 400 million barrels of oil. That is not the 400 million barrels of oil being released today. So it seems like the issues that are happening straight forward is going to continue to be a pressure point once we actually see those barrels of oil being sold by individual countries like the United States. That could be an actual trigger point for some of these prices to really go down in August.
I'm glad you brought it up, and thank you so much. Really appreciate that context and perspective. Let's turn now to Kira Simmons. So Kira, let's talk about what we're seeing from Iran launching the most intense operation since the beginning of the war. That, of course, media, but apparently fired on the ships near the Strait of Hormuz. Right now.
Well, just looking to Ryan there, Chris, I think another reason why oil prices didn't come down when the announcement was made by those 33 countries to release such a massive amount of reserves is because I think oil traders don't think that this is going to be over soon. I'll explain why. Because even as President Trump is saying that he can decide when the war ends, this is a war that is not entirely in his control. And what the Iranians are effectively now doing is setting up their demands for if President Trump wants to select them. So, for example, what they are saying to the Gulf countries like Iran and here in the UAE is that they can stop being fired upon if they agree to no longer have US bases. The Iranians are going to, of course,
the war in Ukraine, it seems like it leads to Russia.
So it is absolutely right. And the Russians at the same time are reportedly providing intelligence for the Iranians to target US forces, US service mechanisms and bases, and US capability across the Gulf. And whether or not the Russians are right to say that's not true and they denied it, they certainly have a security agreement with Iran. So you know, for example, the Iranians have been providing drones to Russia to use, and we've seen them described in Ukraine, to use in the Ukraine war. But what an irony now that the potential way to bring oil prices down might be through Russian oil, through lifting sanctions from Russian oil. Already, President Trump has given something like a green light for India to continue buying Russian oil. For President Putin, of course, high oil prices mean more money. And at the same time, the US is using capability here in this region of the Middle East that Europeans might have been able to buy in order to send Ukraine to help Ukraine defend itself. So, is it something that we're using? Yes, it is. China, too, we're looking to a company that studies traceable routes. And being told by them that the abilities for the ships that are getting through are Iranian ships, which take the oil straight to China. So for China, which gets most of its oil from this region, is really going to be challenged by closing the Strait of Hormuz. It's Iran that is an ally who's going to be trying to help them, even while continuing to bear down the Gulf around the US interest.
And those are some questions. How are the adversaries potentially being impacted and bolstered during this war? Here, thank you so much for your reporting. As always, please stay safe. We really appreciate it. Courtney, let me turn to you now. The President's exports and penetration into Strait of Hormuz, how is that panned out? Is that working so far? It hasn't panned out at all, as far as we know. I just checked it to make sure there's no indication of any U.S. Navy ships involved in the export. There's a reason that they could decide to do something. That's what we're not aware of. And part of that is there's two main reasons. The first one is the ships that are there are actually actively still involved in this war, so in the offensive and defensive as a part of the war. And there's still a very real threat to any ship in the region, and not just the civilians, but the Navy ships. It's not the mines, the mines, of course, are always a concern, but we're not the drones. And your Navy ships, they have tough time spending against a form of drones as well, so it's dangerous in this war right now. Well, and U.S. Special Command, as a mine licenses, is eliminating 16 Army mine licenses. What are the implications of that when you think about that? Yeah, so the mines were not an immediate threat, is the way we can explain that. It's the immediate threat for the missile launcher, the missile all of that, the drones. The drones is sort of what a major focus right now. And the production facilities, all of that. The mines, they got to a point where they could start to take out the mines right now. They were not going to be a threat because they could find it together, and they were walking the road and they were taking about this strike the Iranians for for children, how they're supporting from today. Yeah, so we've been hearing already that the preliminary investigation results were shown that the U.S. is likely behind this. We've also been able to disputing that. The question is how could this have happened? In fact, there is real evidence that the United States military did this, and it does appear now that from the preliminary findings that there was forward intelligence that was being used. Keep in mind, when military puts together a kind of package like this, they'll get information from multiple different places, the defense intelligence agency one, U.S. allies is another, and then they'll sort of aggregate them together, they'll verify the target, and then they will strike. So they'll have to analyze how was that target validated. We know that this whole is at an area where you can get around the military base network. What are these to try to do that? When there was asked about this today, so we hadn't was aware of we actually interpreted. Thank you so much. Really
out, as you mentioned, President Trump is expected to speak at the moments from now, as he takes his message on the road for the first time since the start of the war against Iran. Will there be any news from that event when it happens? But first, President Trump's former national security advisor, who is self-targeted by Iran and one of the higher class, weighing in on the future of John Bolton in his email. That's your
Better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming, gaming, and working from home. And now get Cox 300 Gig Internet with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee, plus equipment included. So get your household up to speed. Switch to Cox Internet today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Welcome back. Joining now is former Trump National Security Advisor and the former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. It's wonderful to have you here. Let's start off doing the action from President Trump today. He told Axios the war with Iran will end quote soon, and said anytime I wanted to end it will end. Can the president just walk away from Iran?
Well, I think people need to walk away from it, and I think to do so now without achieving regime change, without really setting preconditions for finishing the job on the nuclear program, the missile program, the terrorist capabilities, his force that threatens Israel and the Gulf Arab states. I think this is trying to move in a direction of ending this to avoid political downside at home. We should have thought about that before we started the move.
Now, you should say you support the military action in Iran. How do you think he can bring about Putin's political fire to be turned around? That's the question you're trying to get in front about.
That it will not require boots on the ground. What they should be doing is destroying the state institutions like the Revolutionary Guard, the Quds Force, and the seasoned militia that have the capability of threatening us, threatening Israel and the Gulf Arab, threatening the people of Iran. And by diminishing those state institutions, you destabilize the government. You can make fractures to occur among the leadership. We've already tracked the rise by killing nearly 500 of the top leaders. The opposition, if we are working and cooperating with them, to begin to find other regimes to say that this ship is going down, I don't think I want to go down with people in the regular military, not the Revolutionary Guard, that continues to fracture in the regime which then collapses. That's not what we're doing, that's what people inside Iran do.
Let me ask you though, because there is a new group in place, the son of the Supreme Leader. President Trump was asked about that today. He directly comment. Is that regime change? Is that enough? Or could it be said that the situation is even worse?
Well, everything we know about the son of Abraham is he's worse than his father's war partner. And indeed, most of observers would say the younger generation of Ayatollahs are even more hardline than the people who brought us the revolution in '79. This is not regime change. Regime change in the context of Iran means the end of the rule of the Ayatollahs and the elimination of the revolution. That's just not going to come by one change of course enough.
I would think it's something that, my job would have some picture reaction on the other side talking about the issue.
You're the defenders of freedom, liberty, and freedom-loving people all around the world benefit from a strong heritage which are undisputed and very rights. Does that mean we should be intervening everywhere around the world in nation building and doing all these other endeavors? No, because we don't have the resources. We're the appetite to do that. That's not our responsibility.
What do you think of what the speaker is saying? Does he have no appetite to do that?
Well, there are 2 questions. One is,
Would you get him in custody already with all this?
that's what we're doing now. The second is the nation building part. I've never been in favor of that. That's why I'm not in favor of it. I want to destroy this regime because it threatens America to pursue nuclear weapons.
He wants to what now?
That is a
What, pop out with it, go. He wants to I'm not repeating it. Something about, here, do your thing, Mr. Ed. Oh. Same thing I said yesterday. Incorrect holes. He wants to interbate booter holes also, and then something like C word and the cooter hole is yesterday, which you called your, that was semen worm holes. Well, sorry, come on, you must be reported. Repeat it. What now? And you said no to school because other guys that are perpetrating the schools. No. They don't have to go out there all over me. You may have attracted pedophiles and things. You need to actually watch for pedophiles. Good Lord. Oh. That's correct. Like sometimes that's like a lecture. Like the guy with the PhD in history. It's teaching a Native American tribe class. But yeah, let's see. You know what? Papers, which you're not supposed to know how to do. He has a certification in everything. He has a PhD in history. You don't need a PhD in history. He's a specialist. He's teaching a specific class on book on tape for great professors, future classes. Him for things to play on vertical people. Tribes of North America. In the book. No, he doesn't read your papers. Usually. He has licensing and certification. Then he does all that, huh? Was it ANAL or WHORE? CUNTLIPS ANALWHORE. Also CUNTLIPEED ANALWHORE. Yeah, that you said that yesterday. That's quite the language. And then you went to masturbate those also. Buttholes? I believe so. Lips and assholes. Very, very bad. As bad a term. Then you're sexually assaulting me at the same time, and also children in your story. And you are actually sexually assaulting me. Very badly with some kind of police grounding device. So I got up and came out here. And in your story, so did other people. Some of them are children, which you've been alone with all night. Or not alone with, but you've been, where did the children end up? You told me I'm not allowed to do that. Yeah, but the night before you were saying you're doing it with the children, which is quite the thing to say. I'm just thinking the child got up, and if there's such a thing going on, which is the most inappropriate and criminal thing possible, because you really just 24/7 beat somebody up with that damn thing. Really, yeah. As badly as possible, and it's very bad. It's a taser. It's a weapon. And then you are purposely sexually assaulting as badly as possible. It's a weapon. The problem with your stupid in-progress police grounder is it's a taser. It's bad. Oh, it's strong. Not that it's strong. It's not like it's very painful. Good, I'm glad you feel like that. You called me that before. But you want to call the other lady that. What lady that? That lady that hangs out with that dude that's bad at the school. Why are we talking about school? You're definitely not allowed near a school. There's no reason for anybody to be in a school unless you have a same as anywhere else. Wait into a school. Have any children at the school? Then it's proper rules for it. Well, nobody's supposed to be in the schools except the licensed professional. Well, that's like a lecturer or teacher. Otherwise, they need to hire teachers. It's a college professor, a guy with PhD in history that teaches at UNC. Yes. And wrote a book on tape, or he didn't write the book on tape. He wrote a book and now he's lecturing. Stop doing that. Get up. I can touch their crotches of that thing because it's going to rape the animal, the lowest class man. Where did we find a netto? Really? Yeah. That's actually correct. Like a netto, the man that guy probably lives, that guy might live in Lockmere. It says he might live in Lockmere anyway. He lives in McGregor. Who you like those guys? A netto does not live in Lockmere or McGregor. No, both are expensive. Like, I'm not sure. Tribes of Native America. That's the book. That's long, dude. You like it? Well, it's not doing anything in that. I've actually listened to it. It's interesting. It's teaching about tribes of Native America, the different tribes. All right. Well, it says the guy's pretty coherent too. Like, I read, I write. That tends to be civilized. Okay. I like to read about history, and then probably likes to go places, probably married with kids. Probably. I mean, you're like super rich. Maybe you're just from like a boring town. I said that. You knew it was like their dad was from like a Catholic house farm. It was nice, but there's like so they had nothing to do in the town. I thought it was like a historical area or something. You know, financial degree, but you spend the day just like running and screaming and leaping, and drunk as a absolute filthy skunk over there. Yeah. Well, you did just say all that. Maybe you need to just calm it down. But if there's any, I'm afraid that is a problem, and you are pedophiles. If you were a criminal of something, and we do harbor pedophiles, you are out of Arkansas. You are right now employed in public sector. You are still picking up a paycheck to sexually assault children out of some kind of wherever you are that you have access to law enforcement technology, which you definitely shouldn't. You appear to be an extremely criminal, what would be a handicapped man on drugs. I'm guessing you're big and scary also. So why you have progress criminals? I don't know, and you're misusing it as much as possible. But you're extremely pedophilic. You've made up this whole story where you're like going to prison for conspiracy and schizophrenia and meth, I think. Crack. Why is the janitor allowed to wander in and do this in Carroll County? And you need to check for hysterical families calling. I'm not sure like a child could handle this physically or mentally. I'm not, I don't know. But I'm a grown up. I mean, I understand that it's like the thing that it can touch you is just, and you're using like a police in progress grounder, like a taser. There unfortunately is a taser out there that can tase you or stall a car or whatever it is they're on, and it's not supposed to be pleasant. If you're and you crash your car into a ditch and are running across a cornfield, it's not supposed to be pleasant. Or just people that are a pain in the butt that are actually breaking the law, and you're trying to get them. It's not a party. You're off authority. Okay, you're off the boss in Stanford Prison Experiment. Okay. Over my bedroom, we have laws. You were never allowed to follow me home in any way, and all your following home was illegal following home. You would be only interested, and I have no prurient interest in the other person. I would not think to follow them into the shower. You know, much less all the rest of the stuff. So you're going to prison for that. You're never allowed to follow people into their home. There's no such thing as that. To briefly check, I'm only interested if the guitar case is a gun. We think. We're not sure. We want to know if they're doing. Once you wander off into cuckoo and criminal land, well, there might actually be a gun in there. Maybe I'm an expert. It's an expert. He's an expert on how to tell, Dale from King of the Hill from like Stephen Panic or actual shooter. You fit the profile for an actual shooter. Or just a hobo acting really badly that's going to go to jail to the guy Otis Toole for heaven's sakes. Because I mean, you're a puddle of crap. Oh, you're a puddle of like just the nastiest, dirtiest, lowest guys possible with all that. Okay, technically, legally, the lowest guys possible is like a pedophile, a dirty, handicapped man. And no offense, but you're definitely not a rapist. But unfortunately, like Otis Toole, I have to take you seriously because you're committing a crime. I care about you at all. Due to the severity of the crime of which I was accused and convicted, yes, you even convicted of that. It's kind of just a heavy breathing phone call. Somebody's stuck to not letting me out, which like is in the computer. That right away, the computer where you enter in all your arrests with the evidence, all the databases that are actually on an American legal system, an American infrastructure. So we don't have all sorts of weird, crazy stuff happening. I said, Neener, what the heck? No. Please send us more evidence, and you didn't do it. Okay. Well, somebody's a gang rapist. G-A-N-G rapist. Well, they are. A gang sex offender. You need your sexual assault device taken away from you now, and you have to go to jail for all that. I made you say it. Not really. You just said it so much. You said it so much, like you just will start screaming that at 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you like those words? Those words have been words that are screaming. And then you were up butts. And then you attacked me with your sexual assault device. Dozing off in front of the bird computer trying to get Cinderella to play for no reason. Because that thing chirps really cute. I chirped really cute. He's safely in the back room, so he won't get too much sun. So you have a lazy day. I'd be on my way to work where money comes from. There's no such thing as that, too. Really? If the guy can't work, really, I don't understand what this. Nobody's ever done all this or said any of this. You're making things up. You're like a totally outlier. Right? You need to stop telling everybody that you have friends everywhere. That's really bad. He needs to stop. And then putting me and anybody else you have on with multiples of yourselves who all sexually assault with the device. it's a problem. Okay. It's a very, very bad crime, especially if the in progress police grounder is a taser that's strong. Okay. That's a nasty enough, which it very much is. It's like just bopping me all over the place, all over the house. I mean, that is actually the situation, and it is actually a very serious situation, and you need to address it as such and get them into custody. FBI, you need, and Little Rock, FBI and Little Rock down in Arkansas, you need to call Carroll County, Arkansas, and Fayetteville and see, and then check yourselves. Check Little Rock. I'm sure, or have hysterical families called that there is some kind of that there's a criminal stalking them on a cell phone app that is quite capable of touching you and is terrorizing them. Because I'm sure everyone has called the police. In their story, there is like a terrified family sleeping on the couch calling the police. And then Tonito hangs up on him again. There are also, because they were also doing this in Cary because they were able to. They've been jumping ship in Las Vegas also. So, yeah. But I just washed my hair out. But Little Rock, you need to call and see if there's people in the Carroll County area calling the authorities about this. Only because that man is so bad, you have to stop him. You got to get him to stop stalking. You have to get him to turn me off. Have to get him to turn me off, and then you have to get him to not be interacting. Unfortunately, it is actually very bad that they're interacting. It's very hard to get oversight to do their interactions. So they end up just interacting. I mean, even if they're just kind of cruising around for 16 hours or interacting for a couple days or something, in the way with a child, that is unbelievable. You need to, they say they go back to the same children and families. You need to catch them. So, but some of them, they've been so bad and loud, for sure people have been calling if they are actually doing all that. Get off of me with that thing. Yeah. I didn't believe all that. There it is again. Well, that was the problem with the evidence. You were looking at the evidence. If that is the evidence in an actual case, then that is in fact, you have to investigate, because it looks like what the crime the person is reporting and therefore matches the criteria. Yes, I'm absolutely positive to investigate. Oh, that's what that setting like. What do you say the setting was like, everybody? Can you hear it? Was it incredibly graphic? Yes, what do you say? That setting's like LICKINGACLITIRUS. Yes, he actually did attach your crotch. So that can't be interacting with children, because that is what the thing just said. And it does have a way to actually touch people's bodies and will aim right for the crotch. So you need to get this into custody right now. I mean, I'm very sorry for. That's how bad that thing is. What the heck is it? Get them into custody now. No, not go back to touching me with that thing. That makes you tired. I can touch their bodies. How? How does it make you tired? Would you please get this man into custody now? Get off of me with that. No, not. Come on. There's no reason you would ever aim that there, bub. Legally. You need to be arrested now. Why are these men still at large? I didn't know it was doing all that exactly. It couldn't touch me. I reported there's a really dirty guy. Heavy breathing. Tis what it tis. Whatever actually is in fact actually occurring, and if it's against the law, that's the end of it. Come on. Get these men into custody now, or check whether or not what I'm saying is true. Come on. You need to get them into custody now. Get these men into custody now. Get these men in custody now. Get these men into custody now. No! That hurts a little bit, doesn't it? It's like pressure because getting right the net of the. I need this man not running loose in town. Okay? You need that. You need these men not at large. No, I get to do this. Get him into custody now. No, but don't. It's tool. You don't. Get these men into custody now. Get them into custody now. No. 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 You need to stop telling me and anybody else you have that you have this like network of pedophiles and you've given out my link to all the pedophiles and they're all going to sexually assault you now. Well, that is how bad that thing's language is. What the heck is it even? I'm not doing anything. I haven't been doing anything through this entire thing. That's what was so wrong about all this. That's right. It's so Get these men into custody now. You then talk about all the men are going to like sexually assault you and rape you with that thing, and there's 8 men on the damn thing at all times. I do think you gave, and they're all just as bad as you, which is really strange. You think wouldn't be that many men as bad as you out there? is a very situation and you need to immediately shut it down. I'm gonna have to pull back 6. Also, it's Sunday and it's Easter Sunday. But this is I can't. Now I'm stuck. It's gonna. Well, yeah, I'm stuck in this situation. Otherwise, I'd have plenty of things to be doing. I do now. Things to do. I'm stuck doing this with this grind instead. Although Easter Sunday is not the most hopping day, pun intended, unless you're taking the kids to egg rolls. As far as getting business done. Or doing other stuff. Probably go to the park, it's probably fun in the park. But I sort of went yesterday. The slight chaoticness of it is you. It's the ridiculous situation where you had me on a body scanner, when otherwise, of taking me out of my house at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's why I'm concerned you might be some of the heavy breathers. And I also want to know if people were calling about the case, what would possess you to jump up at 3 o'clock in the morning and run off and do something? If it worries me, you're some of the heavy breathers. 3 o'clock in the morning is not really a time one does things. At all, ever. If there were a criminal action, it came out in the court situation that you conspired with like these men who do in fact steal in Carroll County, this jurisdiction it was, to let me drive away. So somebody could steal the car. Except he's all the way in Carroll County, so I think the guy was just doing what he does over there. Since apparently the guy is a schizophrenic Fruit Loop. Since you're aware, the guy in Carroll County, Arkansas, the Wake County authorities are interacting with, is involved with these men. And when you get him on the phone, that's the purpose of this, the thing's a Fruit Loop. Also, and a national one. So you conspired. What's with 3 o'clock in the morning? We don't do things at 3 o'clock in the morning unless there's a serious criminal at large. It's the dead of night. A very early flight to the airport, and the airport's far away. I don't know. Sleep. Oh, night shift at the hospital, and you're a nurse. Yeah. Okay. Overnight maintenance man? Overnight law enforcement? I mean, sleep. The normal world sleeps at 3 a.m. Partying. You're by home by then. If you went out in the evening, it's like nobody out that late. And there are those people Apple put. There's things that are done at 3 a.m. People are capable of being out that late, but that is the middle of the night. It's the dead of night. You've been extremely active the dead of night. You're a lying sack of crap on that thing. That's just like a Syracuse dungeon master. He needs to quit. The abnormalness of the situation is you doing this. Otherwise, they'd be like asleep and then awake in a normal hour and getting up to go do stuff like work. I'm going through the federal bar email list again. No, that isn't back doing stuff around here. Because I'm stuck in the house and it's stressful. With this, I don't even know. It's like being stalked by John Wayne Gacy over there. It's Ted Bundy. It's like 2 a.m. I'm all alone down here with I keep checking in and posting all of a sudden the thing is really pressurized touching me, and apparently Ted Bundy is down from Troll Wars in Podar or something. So he's going to join the new team. Okay. I can't lay down to sleep because all of a sudden the pressurized thing is goosing the ever living Jesus out of me and massaging my crotch. I mean, not me. It just is. Very badly and painfully. You're massaging my crotch, I think, with the car staller. With TENS therapy, which is not a crotch massaging device. And vibration that's electromagnetic, you hooked up to police grounders or something. Which apparently police very much have grounders that can touch the human body. But it's not going to be pleasant. It's a grounder, and then it's not friendly once you stop doing that. They want you to stop running away from them or something. You don't really need for it to be friendly on a couple of whatever you're doing over there, whichever ones you're using. It needs you to stop running. Which another thing, as far as me getting things done, I couldn't get my nails painted. You were using it on me so much. You were using it 24/7. I was that by myself as you were running around screaming at the top of your lungs with all your absolutely incredible and then viciously abusive potty mouth over there. No, that potty mouth, you have the worst schizophrenic brain tumor for the most illegal language ever. Which you're just doing up a storm of on the most illegal behaviors with the most illegal language. This is why I'm going to narrate pornography to children. Bleep, 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 bleep. Well, that's the most illegal thing anybody's ever done. I'm calling the police. Sad. And then the stupid thing can touch you. Well, it was actually even I got my nails done, but it was hard to do my toenails because I was being electrocuted and punched 24/7 with the police grapple. That's his meth hyperfocus and his schizophrenia. I mean, it was unbelievable. Well, it's just hard to do something when somebody's something's hitting you or something. If you're being hit. So instead of going about my business, I ended up doing what you were. That was about your feet. Yeah, you end up doing what it's about you not breaking the law. What, you smoking cigarettes? I had quit smoking. What am I doing in the background here? What would I be doing? You're napping because the thing kept you up all night because you had to fall asleep sitting. And then last night that is in fact correct. You are actually using a device that does that, which it's impossible to lay fully down to sleep, which you did all night last night, again, while I was sleeping, sitting up over there and like on the bed with my feet kind of and leaning over on the, but like leaning over still. Okay. And then when I tried to lay down all the way, you then started attacking me. You got 5 hours of sleep, lady. That's all you need. You remember when Todieto would do stuff like that. A guy actually does stuff like that. A guy can do stuff like that, and he's not supposed to be. No. Maybe that's in like a profile. I don't know why your people on your extreme, really, maybe a bit as far as such things want. People wear it. Well, maybe if it's bad enough, there almost is a thing that there is a people of sexual offender. There's people that actually what that means is he's just flirting and playing around. I mean, he's not a little fondling's okay. His opinion on whatever that is, because he feels like that, he can do that here. That is not a very bright guy, too. No, that's not a very bright guy. And it's a behavioral criminal. It's sort of nasty and low, abusive. It's not, and the person needs to not be there, not calm down or calm down. It's sort of somebody saying like you can steal a little bit from work, or you can do a little bit of drugs and drive your truck or something. You can like you can lie a little bit, like in the trading videos or something at work. Everybody does a little, that's what she said. One more for the road is a Texas way. Really, yeah. It's going to be a party. It's going to be a 70s party. Okay. You, on the other hand, your people apparently really are child sex offenders as opposed to like just abusers. You appear to be actual child minor sex guys. You appear to actually consummate sexual relations with children. So in the people, which is, you're an unbelievably bad bunch of men. And all of you that are around Otis Tools are engaging around this, are engaging in those behaviors. But this is not whatever. Yeah. That kind of stuff is actually bad when you listen to it. Really. That's why it's not acceptable. Or whatever they're doing over there. This is apparently a group that is a rapist, actually, of women, of kids. You're a full-blown, like, crawls through the window and has a weapon rapist, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, and you just won't stop doing it. I think the only conversation I've had with all of you is, no, you can't do that. Please go check my evidence. Here it is. And I mean, over and over and over again. No, I haven't with these guys. I have the same conversation with them all the time. I was stuck in the house, like, yeah, just sort of babysitting this. If you look at it for the last 2 months. Well, that's how the cooking got done. I needed food to eat. When I eat that. Everybody knows that story, bacon, liver, and onions. Bacon or liver, it's like being derogatory. It turns your hair, like, it makes gray hairs grow in, like, grow back in, not gray. So I eat it every so often. It's actually good for you. It's good to have your vitamins up when you're going through too much stress. And it's perfectly tasty. Really fine with bacon. Everything's good with bacon and butter. Got lean cuisines this month. Lean cuisines. They're healthy and they're like GNC. Oh. What a Hobby Lobby. It's just there's a big Hobby Lobby up there. There's a Walmart, a GNC, Sally's Beauty Supply, an Ulta. I like the idea. maybe one of the casinos is hiring or a travel agency. There's decent jobs here. They pay okay. Sounds silly. It's just there's a big Hobby Lobby up there. I thought I'd apply to it because that's perfect. There's a Bath and Body Works. I'm just looking to work for part time, making like because with the healthcare, it's not my monkey circus around here. The healthcare is fun, but due to the situation, just end up like chain smoking a little. Really, the box of wine's been in there for 2 months. Had like a glass, and then you exploded a glass. Which is the same thing. You exploded that glass. If you bump a glass on the floor, it doesn't explode. It's the same thing. You're aiming at my pelvis, for Christ's sake. Okay. I'm not sure my bones are that different from the glass. Slightly. You're doing it to children in this, apparently. There's so much interaction with you doing stuff to children. I'm pretty sure you're doing stuff to children. You took my car, and then you got pretty in progress. Like I was here for a year. Ow. And you went into at least it's been in the last year that they I could sit there and work on the timeline of it. I actually probably should. I'll work on the timeline of all this. You know what you're doing that? So I'm gonna electrocute your crotch or something in your body. Fortunately, that's what he's doing, which is makes it hard to do things. But I got through the entire email list like very thoroughly, all of them. So I just have more money for things then. I don't mind you. I was thinking about maybe applying for a job at Smith's or grocery store or the gas station right up the street. Even I don't need you at McDonald's across the street. There's a Taco Bell. Start the nursery's across the street. Like nursery. I ended up not doing so because you got so like hectic. Yeah. And it's necessary to get this done. The stalking is out of control. I've had this problem all throughout. Like I need to get the immediate in my life stopped. And it doesn't, it's actually very detrimental and it can't be going on. It's definitely felony crime against myself. There's no such thing legally as correct as anything you've done. All of it. No, I don't. That's like annoying also. I don't have any mental health problems, but that's not that relevant. You can't use it as an excuse to do something. Like here, I'm reporting this. Las Vegas has a sex app hooked somewhere, really. He's hooked it up to technology law enforcement use, which is making it unbelievable. But you need to get the sex app because, you're going to notice it if it's hooked up to like something that stalls cars or that a crazy man is behind it. What the heck? Really? Yeah. I mean, you got to be kidding me. No. You'd notice it anyway, but if they might have something else going on in Vegas. He's over there interacting constantly with himself, his stories about things, his disease or defect, his criminal tendencies and behaviors. Autistic man. I mean, that is a schizophrenic man that talks out loud. He's an out loud talker. All of them are. They're not. They might have a quiet one with them, but they're not. And they talk about interacting with people locally in Las Vegas, in North Carolina, of finding other people all the time. They pretend to be from different places. Then they're not. which they very much could be. They like to play act. They like to tell stories, play act out his like fantasies. You do need to check for hysterical families who are sleeping in the living room on a fold-out couch because they're being stalked by the same thing being stalked by. That have called the cops multiple times in the last year in area. So probably in Little Rock, Fayetteville, and Carroll County, Berryville, Eureka Springs. Check like Harrison area. I'm sure they've called Little Rock and Fayetteville also. It's very there. Oh, and I mean, your child would just be screaming. Really, there's nothing you can do with it except scream because you're being tased, you're being electrocuted, and then you're being sexually assaulted. So every child that they're talking about sexually assaulting, they're not going to be. It hurts, really. Yeah, a child is just going to start screaming because if you physically harm a child, they're going to start screaming. You're way too scary, but the thing is just way too there, and then it's some kind of a law enforcement grounding device, which is not supposed to be for sexual stuff. And the two of them together are just two. You would yell at Tonieto. Tonieto is a criminal that you need to do an employment history and a background check on and find out who this man is. And then what he was doing. If there were like all the people on the other end of the cut phone line calling on the phone during the, if he actually conspired to let me drive away on like body cam footage because the guy whose jurisdiction it was in Carroll County had told him to. I mean, whoever the cuckoos are in this, it's cuckoo. Then that's that the man needs to be. He has no. You're bringing people into communities with this stuff, and they're breaking the law. You have really dangerous perps. There were men engaging in domestic violence, sexual abuse, stalking, neighborhood pornography, pedophilic behaviors, kidnapping, carjacking. Obstructing justice, domestic violence, intimidating and harassing witnesses and victims of crime, people reporting crime. That's correct. You maliciously and intentionally did something on that also, which you're not allowed to do. We need this nest of monsters taken in. Wait, whatever he just said, he said somebody just writing him out. You're screaming dirty words so bad nobody's ever said that out loud or ever anywhere. You needed to go into the hospital for all of you. Turn yourselves in. Needed went to. Somebody had to arrest you. Right away. Somebody had to investigate further, when it was reported over and over again. You owe me damages and time in the pen for every crime you committed. Same as any other criminals. I didn't like that there, lady. You need to get that man into cut. I'm going to do that anyway. You're going to prison for the rest of your life where you belong. But that could be sexual. I need him in custody now. Hold on, I'm going to massage this over your crotch. You need to be arrested now. Get these men in custody now. You needed to send in the SWAT team a million years ago. You need to turn that off in my house and anybody else's house you're in. They don't want to. Tony Edo was absolutely right to do everything he did here. He is not a gang rapist. He is not a man brought into a community that is too criminal to function and too low. No, all of this is too criminal and too low to function. All of you need to be taken into custody for everything you've done here. That goes to the Wake County Prosecutor's Office also. All of them got to go into custody for what they did. They committed incredibly serious crime, technically, legally, for these men who were committing and had committed incredibly highest felony crime, which it was reported to them at every step and all throughout. The man is an absolute criminal madman. He is an incredibly evil and low animal. Your court system is absolutely... The men who committed the crimes against me in 2021 of kidnapping, carjacking, car theft, wrongful imprisonment of a kidnapping criminal nature in the highest and first in all degrees, with the highest aggravated malice and intent and aggravated and heinous, need to be arrested. They need to spend the rest of their bizarre, slithering criminal lives in prison where they belong, almost, for what they did to me. It is a 25 to life sentence minimum for everything they did to me under the American law, all American law. We don't really investigate crimes committed by something I brought into a community that now I'm letting run around that he's actually filthy. He used the sexual assault device all night on a fourth grader again. As viciously, violently, as criminally, as turned up as high as possible, as maliciously and as intentionally as possible. While the parents called the police all night long. I need the police in here right now to arrest Otis Toole and Neville and Aguilas and all these absolutely random and sundry men of the worst nature who have congregated here, who are picking up a government paycheck to go stalk families in the highest degrees and sexually abuse children in the worst. No, not touch my crotch with the thing.
wasn't applied that to your crotch that much. That could even, excuse me, he has been doing that right next to the microphone for how many months here? Well, that's what that is. And I can do it like really, excuse me, hard on her. I'm going to need this not going on. I can't have people being stalked and sexually assaulted. I can't be being stalked and sexually assaulted and kidnapped and locked in the county jail somewhere in the whole prison system they have down there for a year. They need a health assessment on her too. You need a health assessment. That was the problem with all that. No, we're all going to masturbate. That's his masturbate. Excuse me, masturbate. I always masturbate on the side when I'm doing home invasions for Poldar. Would you get this freak show into custody? I'd love to masturbate them. There's other guys that do this, and they're us, and they're actually these guys that do home invasions, and you're going to fight all of them. We're all here to rape you. Was this something you said, lady, not those guys? That was the problem there also. I'm a guy in the background reporting constantly that I'm being stalked to death by the same criminals that falsified this evidence. Okay, I need the men who did all this to me. And I need damages for everything these animals have done in my life, technically, legally, as to crime. And your absolutely disgusting and non-functioning legal system. They're going to get so angry. They're going to get so, when I turn that on, that makes them so mad because the animal, the lowest class man and the most criminal class of man that could ever happen. The most domestically, sexually abusive, criminally insane and monstrous bunch of men. And so heinous. No animals have ever committed more bizarre or heinous acts of crime than everything done and said by my police station and courts. And also the entire Arkansas legal system on this. I need the men who are such incredibly dangerous and low criminals taken into custody for their crimes. And that's the end of it. Against myself alone. They owe me 25 years to life. Due to the severity of their crimes. If you added them up, the minimum you could give all the men, technically, legally. Yeah, that's a pretty lame duck. Why was this man interacting there? Enough with the jurisdiction thing, he said. There is no jurisdiction. You are a criminal under American law. I am not. Once it has been verified, I did not. These are heavy breathing phone call emails. I did not write them, and I had nothing to do with them. Someone went in and verified this because I reported it so much. Your creep show of the lowest life possible. That could be about. There is no of your creep show of incredibly low criminal men that are incredibly dangerous, that turn a very normal American world and day into some of the ugliest and worst crime that you have to take seriously because you are actually that dirty, low, dangerous, and poor quality. You are incredible criminal trash with this stuff. There is no such thing as jurisdiction. None. Zero. Legally, there is no such thing as jurisdiction past any point. There is no such thing as jurisdiction whatsoever. You do not behave when interpersonally interacting.
in any of the ways my police departments and court interacted. Those men are not allowed in uniform anymore. You brought monsters into a community that behave in such incredibly criminal ways. That what you brought in and what you did in a community was so incredibly heinous and low. You would never, you don't behave in the ways you interact, ever. There's no such thing as your behavior. If a person reports a crime, not a hypothetical, this does not involve the mentally retarded janitor from a jail somewhere who can't work as a janitor in a jail. They can feel that inside of them. Okay. See, I need my police station, all of them, including North Las Vegas, that I reported this to 24/7. Okay, then Wake County needs to go down for not getting this crime occurring. A crime is occurring. I reported it to the police. Okay, now what is happening or has happened that the criminals committing this crime, who are reported right away in Las Vegas, 2 years ago now, at least completely, have not been able to get these men into custody, who then went on a mad spree of child sexual assault and abuse, and me spree of child sexual assault and abuse. Considering they are verbally interacting with children in the background and other women and people and things constantly. I believe these men, while maybe they are actually worried about getting caught somewhere in there, but that's me touching that. That makes them so angry when they think of all the incredible injustice of the incredible filth you brought into communities. You destroyed American way of life by bringing criminals and criminal things into communities. In rank insanity. Rank criminal insanity. Where you carry on without any accountability. Okay already on how badly he's molesting a child in the background right now. Which I believe he's actually doing. Even if he's worried about getting caught at all, he's still spending a couple days, a week stalking a child, and then he's sexually assaulting them as badly as possible on that thing, which is an incredibly evil device. And interacting on the inaudible noise the same way. Well, his slithering psychopathic, that man is as in on it as possible, and you need to get him out of office immediately. That's a criminal. A very bad, low, nasty criminal. Yes, they're all criminals. That is the lowest criminal. That is the lowest a county prosecutor has ever gone. Maliciously and heinously keeping up. That is a very real man. He very much is involved in my case. The other people involved in my case that you interacted with, you maliciously and heinously and aggravatedly committed crime, which you did in front of everybody out there on the email list. Well, you didn't want you to know it going out to anybody. Because jurisdiction, when a man says his stuff, they wouldn't stop doing what gang rape the animal and Neto told them not to. When gang rape the worst sexual abuser, domestic abuser, pedophilic abuser, the most evil and low animal. A man so incredibly and then so incredibly evil and low. To bring monsters as low as this into as criminally inclined, as criminally offending into law-abiding American life and communities at a normal day. He's over there just sexually assaulting her. He says he's like rummaging around in the genitals because he can get under the blankets there and stuff. Can you feel that? He does that to you because he's doing it to children. He's cruising around the neighborhood, wherever he is, and doing it to children also. if for some reason he's stalking me, then he will do it since you've allowed him to run loose. If Wake County told them not to look into it further to get these men arrested when it was reported in North Las Vegas and Las Vegas, Nevada, then they need to be held accountable for obstructing justice and lying and maliciously and intentionally and heinously and aggravatedly doing so, since they know they're lying. That is a nasty, nasty bunch of criminals down there involved in that. Then you need to be charged, same as in the first place, with everything these criminals did since you told Las Vegas not to serve some kind of warrant, much less. Why is Las Vegas not alerting myself? He told them not to. There is no such thing as it's your case. It's your case, then you're the responsible party for all of it legally, which you need to be held to. But he could hurt a needle. You could see that's a threat. And that's a threat on a needle. Whatever your quality of law enforcement is not allowed anywhere near a legal system. You need to be all removed from office. You have destroyed the American legal system and way of life here. Completely. What are you auditioning for John Wayne Gacy with that thing? I can really scratch inside of a lady part with that. You got to be kidding me. No, him. That is what he's doing. You need to understand how bad that damn thing is. Because you need to get it from them, then you need to alert the public how bad that damn thing is. You look okay. I mean, no, you just need to understand how bad the crime he is committing on that thing. So you can touch you can't touch those. You can touch a what? Your completely abnormal interaction with life and all its components, the human body, the day, your bizarre hyper focus, the following around. Well, that's you. Apparently you do the same. You're doing the same thing to other victims who are just or people who have no legal situation going on who you've just followed home. You need to get the neighborhood pornographers over here. Of course, it connects to the rest of the case. That also is absolute bull crap. Okay, like that all the time. 10 years and married this man, Bill Jackson, and they're divorced now. But we're in court right now because there's an interaction between myself, my sister, and Bill Jackson. Bill Jackson's interaction with my sister and myself 10 years ago. My sister's ex-husband, where he committed an act of assault against ourselves, my sister or something, it's not like a closed case. No, there's nowhere that would be a closed case. Well, we got a conviction. There's no conviction in evidence falsification. Were you not reported in an appropriate enough a way that you were totally aware of the situation, or should have been? That it was a case of kidnapping, stalking, sexual crime, and evidence falsification for the purpose of what appears to be, and it has to be, a very handicapped male that falsified the evidence, kidnapping and stalking. Yes, you're informed of that. Were you informed that the same man that was in fact guilty of the evidence falsification was in fact the one you were interacting with in relation to myself, who was the victim, therefore, of a kidnapping? Did you understand that just fine, since you were looking at evidence and it was delivered in plain speech? Okay. Well, at the time of the arrest, bullshit. Sorry. Were you in fact informed? Did you understand the situation completely? So you're telling people that you did not understand the situation completely. And then at the time, how many people are you telling this? And then how many people are making you aware of the situation completely? In plain speech again. Well, we were sent this evidence, and it says the woman was kidnapped and her evidence is falsified. And then they sent you the evidence, both at the Cary Police and the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. But prior to your kidnapping, during the extradition, at the time of you showing up my door, how about North Las Vegas? At the time, a police officer in the spring of 2024 showed up at the door, which is not long after I got here, since I got here in October 2023. Okay, so at that point, were you not made aware completely of the situation? Now, what is my side of the story in that? Did people call you and tell you not to send people to my door? And that's why you ceased to do so. But then you decided not to interact with the case any further at the behest of the individual in Wake County that told you not to pay attention to it. Now, is that acceptable? What was the demeanor of the person with whom you interacted with in Wake County or Arkansas or something like that? Was it odd? Because it says right here very clearly over and over and over and over again, the demeanor of the person who I interacted with who would not help me in the case and did the rest of this stuff was odd. It was criminal in nature. Now what's the problem with that ball, that knot? The problem with that knot is what? Bingo. The evidence falsified a very long time ago. What technically, legally, not anything else that could be said. Statute of limitations does not apply. That's why they're saying it. They're being shady and nasty about it, but the statute of limitations does not apply. Because it was a criminal case that was reported. You can actually be tried for the same crime if more evidence comes out that really is essential. Anything that cannot be, we don't need hypotheticals, and that's not in fact the case. That would be of concern if somebody actually tried to frame someone. My case does not appear to be a case of actual, like somebody even trying to frame someone, almost. My case appears to be a case of a very, very schizophrenic man that's a sex offender. That's probably in the bunch over here. When you listen to them talk, they talk about stuff like that. It's too extreme. It's too nonsensical. I mean, this guy is not forging stamps over here or counterfeiting money or nothing. And I mean, if he had, that'd be odd behavior. That would be, there's a lot of like googly odd behavior. Okay. There's absolutely no reason to do any of that. There's no interaction you could be having in law enforcement or something to steal things. There's nothing to steal in law enforcement, which most people would not think to. It appears that somebody in this jurisdiction racket, and then maybe it's getting out, there's some organized crime. Well, you're just looking at it, that is what that is. Because you have this jurisdiction issue stuff going on, it looks like you might have random like hoodlum issues, very bad ones to me. It looks like you might just have like, well, and then out of, 4th and Main or Street or something, this gang runs by. They've actually been busy. There's been a lot going on down their street and in their apartment complex and then hanging out with each other. And people called and reported them. So you're ending up with just a random hoodlum party in there. And there's a lot of handicapped people maybe wherever they are, and then they hired other ones. Janitors, the neighborhood pornography or something weird. Whatever it is, it appears to be handicapped sex crime from To Catch a Predator. I don't know what the guy's doing with all that. Well, he could frame somebody. If they frame somebody, the story about the crime speaks for itself because it's what was actually going on in reality. So reality-based things, that'd be like organized crime, really. Yeah. And that would suck. Some I think I saw that in a movie too. Some professional counterfeiters with a professional counterfeit company. You mess with their professional counterfeit ring because you're a police officer. And next thing you know, you were getting framed by professional counterfeiters. Well, they have money too. I don't know, kind of, because they can counterfeit it. And they replace actual money and steal the actual money with counterfeit money. No, I mean, you're actually dealing with some kind of organized crime where these guys are pretty adept. I mean, that's here, but the actual crime itself, enough with this jurisdiction and statute of limitations and what is it you're running around covering up? Why aren't the proper professionals we pay tax dollars for, or you know, it's tax dollars or public sector, not check for their proper job. The prosecutor's office, the judges need to be censored for this. No, there's no such thing as a judge signs any of this. Nor do you go and get like a notary judge for, you know, I'm not sure. Judge Judy kind of stuff. It's a criminal case. I'm interested to know how many people, both anyone investigating this case and calling around ask Cary Police and Wake County Prosecutor's Office, ask how many people they spoke to during my 2017, like prior to 2017, during 2017 October, after the arrest, and when they followed me out after being at the house earlier in the evening, 2017, all wanted in 2018 when they, whatever Officer Fleer's arrest is doing that. Since you didn't do anything, they just said there was a warrant out of Arkansas, which there wasn't. That guy also randomly showed up at the door at 3 o'clock in the morning after showing up at the door randomly. In relation to me going through the whole email list again, which is what it was in North Las Vegas. So how many people have you spoken to as you were in progress again? If there's no warrant, then you're not allowed to interact. What would possess you to go to my home for reporting crime? Somebody didn't want to be sent it. Okay, so put it in the spam pile. You're lying again. You're saying the problem with lying, and then you're like maliciously doing something. Why you want to do something for the guys in Carroll County, Arkansas that falsified this evidence that are these dudes is also of greatest concern. Because the guy you get on the phone in Carroll County, Arkansas is a really weird dude. I mean, he's just weird. That is a weird, icky dude. That is a strange, dirty man. That sounds like these guys. So if you were a reputable police officer in Cary, North Carolina, you'd just be like, ew. Well, you would, because the guy is very, very suspicious. He admits right away he falsified the evidence. I'm positive. He very much admits he falsified the evidence because he's a crazy man. I'd be going back to sleep or working on the email list. Why don't you do that? Everybody on the email list already got a copy. If you were talking to 8,000 people telling you what was going on, they can't get through your cut phone line. Okay. If you don't want people calling your police station, don't break the law. And then on top of that, don't cut my phone line or figure out why my phone line's cut. Then I can talk to people myself. But my phone line is that cut. And for some reason, I'm calling the cops a lot with these guys stalking. And that's the guy stalking. I'm very sorry, but that is actually crime. That's why I'm spelling out whatever the heck that thing just said on Alexa. He what with the what now? You gotta be kidding me. No. You don't have anything to do today now. So take a nap. I got a nap to take. I sat down at my desk and you attacked my crotch and said really dirty words and then started electrocuting me. Because you're still at large. You need to turn that off and not be following me around anymore on it. What no, and those are in progress. I don't. You're. But I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that now. What does that mean? He wants to sexually assault me and like other women and children all day and night. I have been here day and night with these men. For how long? I was on the Facebook looking side for the entire, since 2015. Everybody on an email list had it. Oh, it's this polite and appropriate, which is all that's required, and then it's required that no one else calls the police on you in 8 years. Okay. The people at work didn't actually want to lay me off that interacted with me. You know, again, I knew the people at work reasonably well, but like he's sitting there like the other people and the people they. I know the other people. Okay, there's like 50 employees going by. And they work 8 to 6 hours a day. So everybody's polite and appropriate and they like each other just fine, but I didn't like make best friends with anybody or nothing. So there was and then you called and told them I was a shoplifter. And you had the local police tell them that. And the local police were told to do whatever the guy whose jurisdiction it was told them to do. Or something crazy, while not looking any farther into it, which resulted in, okay, so he likes to admire his own work. He says his work is what, well, I didn't feel you were acceptable working. I'm perfectly fine at work. They didn't really want to fire me because they needed a person to fill my shift. But you told them that I was a shoplifter and that you were waiting outside to arrest me. So is what actually that is. Well, he felt you needed to be arrested right then. Well, you called and told you actually did that. Who does that? The police certainly aren't supposed to be and don't. But that is actually what's going on. Otherwise, this is a little weird, but it's not my fault. Because I have to post it. I didn't want this post. I don't care. You're a criminal. If you are technically breaking any law, then you are not allowed to tell a person not to report it. You're breaking every law known to God or man, or conspiring to, or by association an accomplice doing so. Well, you just are. No, you're probably breaking that one also. I mean, there's like no law you're not breaking. And then, or conspiring to. You conspire to break those laws. All of them. Any of them. All of you. You don't have any criminals. That's why Todietto is not allowed in the police station anymore, anywhere. Nor are any of you allowed, whatever you are, in a court system. Or certainly not anything connected to a school or money. Or any other sort of child care service. All of you. Any of you that would keep company with these men when you've been alerted into the ways you kept company with them. You are unfit for office, to say the least. You owe the community 25 years in the pen, all of you. You allowed these men, which I reported over and over again, to run completely large. Every single crime these men have committed, since it's been reported to you, to such a legal extent that you had to interact, to investigate and arrest these men. Every single crime these men have committed since, you need to be charged with. Much less all the crimes you were highest accomplice and accessory to, coming from these men, which you should have known were the level of criminal they are, which is in fact correct under the law. But it's like saying, I'm an accomplice because you're aggravated and heinous an accomplice. You helped in the home invasion, and even though the other guy pulled the trigger, kind of, you did too. There was enough reason to believe that these men were the bad news. They're saying no right now, even though they know they're doing this. Like, we want to know whose this is, and we need it out of our legal system in Arkansas. It's a very normal thing. People are trying to live their lives and take care of their kids and families and stuff like that. Or have normal lives. Or not be sexually assaulted to death. Beaten to death. Raped, and G-A-N-G, raped to death. The thing just said something in the other, what did it say? It said something in the other bedroom, in the other room. What did it say? It said, I told him not to lay down with her again, which I guess means he's like laying on the floor in their office. And because I guess she laid down to take a nap. And then he said, I'm cupping her little nipples. I'm standing up. He's talking about a child. And then something incredibly explicit about, and then that's supposed to turn you on. So next thing you know, I was like zapped in the crotch. Earlier it was I think it was yesterday, but I think he said it again. Here it was CLITYBOODER, button. And yesterday it was large penis and tiny lady parts. Well, it was. No. And it's that 24/7 out of wherever that's coming from. And those are the same men. This is why you actually have to do your job. Because there's stuff out there. These men's neighborhood pornography station, which these men very much have, they very much also have the organized crime. That is quite the mouth on that thing, and we can hear it too. I'm sure you can hear it too. I'm sure if it's, I'm sure you can hear it just fine. Whatever's going on with the court system, there is really, the country is absolutely dead due to corruption. No, the country is very dead. There is like no functioning legal system. There's a lot of other public sector things in sort of actually more like the humanities as opposed to what they outsource with to private sector is correct. You need to get this incredibly criminal bunch of men that are marauding. And this is the police station's best friend. I don't know what that means. It means a child is laying down to try to take a nap and he wants to sexually assault them. He also plans to continue to sit in his little cubicle in his special room and sexually assault me on the in progress police grounder also. And then he is mocking or just commenting on what he also plans to do, which is talk to himself schizophrenically while playing with himself and sexually assaulting people with his whatever he's doing to me, which is very bad. including myself. Well, that's what he just said, and that's what he's doing. So, and it appears to be a man with serious brain disease or defect. I'm not, I don't have anything to do right this second because it's Easter Sunday and stuff's closed. But on top of that, because I'm stuck doing this with you, I also would probably be napping right now because you kept me up late or you kept me up abnormally. But that does not make you want to lay down, now does it? So sexually assaulting a child in the corner on that. And the other one saying, I'm calling the police, I can't have him do that. I told him not to lay down with her again, though. Yeah. Okay. Is anyone calling the police where you are? Wind it up out of Todieto in Arkansas and North Carolina also. You're correct. Detective Pate and Detective Todieto do not have the credentials to be detectives. You should probably have it's like a law. You should probably have a college degree for that job. There's lots of people with college degrees. That's correct. You're a different class. You might, if you clean that up, is there one person with a college degree right now in the Cary Police Department? Almost. A little. That makes for an abnormal environment. Because most other places have all sorts of people with college degrees running around. The courts are supposed to, but it was very hard to tell where anybody working on my case. It's because it's a probation violation. That's why he gives the long probation so he can still interact. The man is a Fruit Loop of death. All of them are. An incredibly dangerous one. This is nonsense. The whole thing was nonsense. Incredibly criminal nonsense. And evil nonsense. Everything done and said. Well, that's that. All that thing says. Really, like everything out of my stalker. I said that. I'm like, I can hear it sometimes. It enables the microphone on my phone, which was correct. And maybe on my internet box. But everything it says is heavy breathing and really nasty. And it's real low class. It'll start with some kind of vicious, like arguing the case. Ooh, to say my thoughts on the case. I guess it's pretty much all in word soup. And then it always ends with something incredibly about sexual private acts and private body parts. It's also incredibly pedophilic. And it has evolved into, I definitely have children. Like right now, and I'm just so into that, and I'm doing it 24/7. I would be embarrassed to make that up. And I'm not handicapped, to say the least. It's just there. You have to get it to stop right now. As the guy who's been going through this, where the police do not respond to this. You are off the force. That man owes me 25 years in the pen and the community for not interacting. Why are you getting belligerent? We said no to that. You can't say no. You have to interact with the criminal. Well, it just kept getting reported onward then to the Las Vegas police appropriately. If you look at the website. I'm not sure Mr. Phone Line Cutter that sits there and goes through all my emails, which was just, I was having trouble figuring out what that was. I've been boots on the ground with that for how long? Do you know how much time you can get for cutting a phone line during like a robbery? You're not allowed to cut phone lines. What planet are you things out of where any of this stuff occurs? No, not planet trash compactor family that's been kidnapped and now you can rape and murder people as much as you want and keep them as sex slaves. Because that is what that story is every time. Then you built an Army Man map of old sewage treatment plants. Lenny's is like a witch's candy house, right, Lenny? Of sexually abusing children. I've never heard anybody say, how ridiculous is Otis Toole with the child thing over there? Okay, on the schizophrenics, on your people. You needed to be arrested right away. No, you're out of here. We have calls on the phone from like FBI agents. They can't get in here. It needs to quit. All you have to do is send in the local SWAT team to arrest these men. There's some kind of dirty dude in between that's saying they can't arrest these guys. Well, he needs to be arrested for obstructing justice and charged with everything out of the federal prosecutor's office these men have done since he obstructed justice, or have done in relation to him obstructing justice. If you want to be the boss, then you're the responsible party. Like if you want to say the reins of power are totally yours, then whatever's going on becomes more your responsibility. And then technically, legally, that's just the case. Yeah, you say all sorts of disgusting words. You said dookies. I say dookies, and those are poo. And I had to repeat it. Why did you repeat it? Because it was there, and that's what that thing said, and you need to get it in custody. Like you're it. That's what I said the first time you popped out with that on the Alexa. Oh, like you're it. Instead, you built trash compactor wars so nasty, you narrated all the things done to the people. They were raped horribly. Your man with the high castle was quite the mashed potato mountain, bub. Well, it was, and it still is. You want to go over and talk to them about it? Well, we could do that, make lots of money. Make sure everybody's inspecting mine shafts. The sewers are, in fact, a mine shaft. They're supposed to. It's crazy. It's Jordan Lake. No, there's no way you can drop somebody down this mine shaft. It's not a place anybody could possibly hide a body. Or fall or something. Could collapse. They're used for anything else. Dumping trash you're not supposed to. You could use a mine shaft or an abandoned sewer or train tunnel for. The mole people just live in them. The homeless, handicapped just live in the tunnels. And occasionally get flooded and get weird like infections from it and stuff. It's a very interesting kind of documentary. Just there, and you watch it on YouTube. The mole people, the people that live in the tunnels under Las Vegas. They're like storm drains. It's just hobos down there, not serial killers. It's somewhat dangerous. The hobos say that they have drug problems, and because it would take the police. Like, you don't want to interact with the police. Police will get them, but I mean, I don't know. There are ways back. They're like way down in the tunnels, and like they'll go like 2 miles in. I mean, that's a lot of like. I mean, if somebody's like aware there's a murder, somebody's got a cell phone down there, right? I assume they have cell phone coverage. You can still hear them in the cell phone tunnel, in the tunnels these days. But they die down there. There's like all sorts of stuff. Some of them just die from being homeless and being in the tunnels. There's weird drug fights. I mean, it's terrible. But I mean, it's not that bad. It's just hobos in a tunnel. Sometimes the water rises. I need this not going on anymore. These men are not allowed to mirror my cell phone account and stalk me everywhere. The problem is the thing is actually online predatory completely. They are capable of completely mirroring all your internet and cell phone accounts, like your Cox or your Time Warner cable, which somebody needs to address. Cox and Time Warner cable, the police, and they are doing so due to the fact that they constantly just twirl away, talk away to themselves and crazy man about interacting with other people. These appear to be genuine experience the interaction with myself. Or it appears that they're genuinely doing the same thing, the things they're talking about. So mirroring cell phones and internet accounts with no stop of completely ordinary people. They don't have like one criminal in the story, and I haven't heard any interactions with criminals in the story. That's correct. Mexicans who were selling drugs at a bowling alley, who they followed home, who were dirty. That's it, which was a while ago. But that's the one, for some reason, they followed criminals. Somebody actually breaking the law on what they're doing. Everybody else in this story is in fact, their story is ordinary people they followed home to terrorize and sexual abuse and conspire to murder, rob, rape, kidnap, and just terrorize. Who are apparently, I'm sure, calling the police. Maybe they're more careful, like, really, yeah. Maybe they're just, they do things like, oh, look, I'm a teddy bear in a little girl's bedroom. Oh, I think you were next to the camera on that one. Or I think I was asleep over here that people could hear you. For Stephanie's bleep lady parts. Who's a 9-year-old or something. Who apparently lives in a house in an expensive neighborhood. Cute, wealthy little girl. She followed her into her bedroom with this. No, I'm still going to turn that one on. That one hurts your body. That's what you get for talking back to Tonietto. Tonietto is out of uniform on the roughest white trash you ever get out in the community. You're not going to be able to take a nap on that. That's too painful. Because gang raped animal Annetto, the lowest construction worker and absolute criminal freak show on the people you bring into town. It's a little more correct than it should be. Very much so sometimes. It definitely has been here. That is a criminal freak show with everything done and said. If you're the highest accessories to everything done here, maliciously, intentionally, with absolutely bizarre behavior, malice, aggravated, all of it. And you're the highest accessory to this, which you're on the phone with, and then if other people are calling you, the American legal system, people in their right mind. I'm not sure you're allowed to do that. This is my jurisdiction. You don't have a jurisdiction. There's no such thing as jurisdiction. There's no such thing as what you're saying. If you're breaking the law, then it may be necessary for everybody to call you. You're not allowed to break the law. Do you know the thing? I walk into the other room, the other thing goes, I'm not going to stop rubbing the CLITY booterus and I'm massaging over that and that inheritor. Yeah. And you would take that from me. No, this is mine to do that. Next thing you know, I mean, like electrocuted and something is like massaging, trying to massage my crotch. Okay? Very sorry, lady, you're experiencing. That's actually what happened. Stay in this room. Well, as soon as apparently he thought of something to say. Because I think he goes and there's like a different microphone in the other room. That's me touching that. Can you feel that? I'm never going to stop doing that to you. You're never going to get away from our stalking. I don't know what to do. I've been napping. Yeah, seriously, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. You, lady, you get these men into custody now. All of them. All of them. No, I'm still going to pray. I'm not going to take the progress. You were shouting at gang rape Veneto. Gang rape Veneto. The lowest class bunch of animals ever brought into a community. The most criminally offending and low a country could possibly see. The freak show you brought into the normal American life and day with all this. Every member of it. I told them not to watch little girls in the toilet is not covering it. Okay. You need to get these men out of office wherever you've hired them. You'll hire someone that barely has a college degree to be running around somewhere where he's actually supposed to be doing like paperwork and finances or something. Next thing you know, the thing, and he can't be in there. The thing is just all over everything. He gets involved with stuff like this and we'll have him like stalking little girls home from school and things like that. That is correct. That is how it works. That is what was going on and what is going on. No, they're so angry. They just want to scream because gang rape Veneto. They want Tony Godwin, who hired Tonieto, in prison because he was running around with these men openly in the courts. These are the men, the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. They have intimate knowledge of the incarceration in 2021. Whoever had kidnapped me, and then all throughout, no one called, I don't think, really. You must have been on the phone to 10,000 American legal system workers and law enforcement. You understood the situation fully. It came out in court that Tonieto was told to conspire to let me drive away because the man in Carroll County, Arkansas, steals cars that way. So he did what the person whose jurisdiction it was told him to. The same thing happened with the Sarah Whitaker Howard situation. So why are you arresting me and extraditing me back to Arkansas for some kind of assault? This needs to shut down now. Apparently he's telling them he'll call them back now. You need to get these men into custody. Where are your victims? Are they in Arkansas besides myself? Do you have any victims in Las Vegas you sexually abused? Besides apparently a couple that you followed home from a bar or something that somebody told you there's some prostitution there. So you followed a middle-aged couple home by a woman in her 30s and a man in their 40s and studied prostitution and also listened to them have sex in your story, which you narrated on speakerphone on my Cox box all night long. It's somewhat nerve-wracking. Do you know how bad that tense therapy face is? How bad is it? Is it going to make you have an orgasm? Probably. It's usually what he says. Where are you, you filthy, heavy-breathing phone call shit? Piece of shit. They're the same people all throughout. So. Okay, well, that's great. You owe me damages right now. Okay, you're out of my house. You owe the families you've been terrorizing a restraining order, life in prison, and damages also. You also need to give them the names of all their perps. You need to alert the victims. Yeah, but I didn't do anything a long time ago. Well, it said you did. No, it said, it said a schizophrenic man wrote these emails and falsified this evidence. The crime scene photos are very obviously falsified for anybody who works around a court or crime lab. That is a problem. They're completely improper evidence, and then they're very obviously falsified. I'm sorry your boots on the ground with this. Is it ever going to end soon? I'm having trouble sitting down right now. I am. I've noticed the library open today. I could go do something else. How is it, 118? I just wouldn't be sitting on the internet. I already emailed everybody on the email list. You do this every time. You go bonkers right after I've gone through all the email lists. Turn that off on my body. That's what he did for like months. That's what he was doing for the last month. Like for 3 months prior to that, he was doing the same. He had it on 24/7 on your body. Apparently, he was doing it to other people and their interaction. So they were, because I'm obviously able to like sit down and go through the whole email list at that point. Although, my God, were they carrying on? Really? Okay. Well, that's the kind of thing. Unfortunately, I'm saying it out loud. It sounds absolutely horrible because that is the kind of thing that's what's popping out of the darn thing. What with the what now? You got to be kidding me. No. Okay. I have things to do on my computer, but I'm afraid to sit down. Sit down anyway. Oh. sitting in front of my computer, but it didn't work. Just started rubbing my crotch. Well, it did. You think that's not funny? I'll set it on need. Yeah. Oh. I noticed the electrocution, but I know what you're talking about. Need is not a good setting. I think you're actually got like a massage app hooked up here. Well, that's what it said in the other room. I'm just gonna rub it over. So you're sitting in a little cubicle, rubbing on with the other thing. Maybe I meant lay down with you. Well, this is how they're just acting during the day, which you know is all I said. What day, and they're doing that. They do this. Don't take naps. I take naps a normal amount. There's nothing wrong with a nap. Call my mother. Talking about moving. It's gonna call tomorrow because my dad will like called somebody about selling the house. The condos are so well priced. They're like the ones I just said they actually are a lot like the ones I just said, brand new, and they're like, don't say that, they'll go check. They're so well priced. No, I went and looked at them. The homeowners association fee is like $150. It's supposed to be $400 or something awful. But I mean, they're so well priced. I can say once I get one, because there's a couple for sale, but if I say how well priced they are and there are like all the people on the email list listening, somebody will buy them. I wouldn't do that. Well, they're just so well priced, really. And they'll go up in price. And, yeah. Move another computer over here. May need floor. I don't know. It's more organized than like. No, but I kind of need floor of the mattress back. And we'll get more. I was gonna sit here because I thought for sure, like, really, yeah. You could catch everything it said. Well, that's what it says. Who the heck says that? The guy's actually saying that they're actual people. Yikes. I'm not actually at a loss for things to do. I could go through the rest of the FBI. That is actually doing something. Oh. People live in houses and they work and they get skills, job skills, they go to classes, meet other people. that exciting out there. I mean, it can be, but I don't know. I could take a nap. Look for dogs to adopt, and then trails to walk them on in Florida. No, this was a little like just like money concerns, but and unsettled. It's my parents, but my mom always like the little puppy. In fact, she did again when she got the puppy this time. Talking about replacing Gus, like the Chihuahua my family had forever, the long-haired Chihuahua. We got him in like 2004, I think, 2005. Had that dog forever. He was such a nice dog. Nice dog. He was definitely a family member, and he was a good dog. He was my friend. But she was pointing out that there was another one of the Zoe and Ollie dogs, the Mikis, that was a little bit on sale because it was full grown. It was a boy. So they'd support me in dog. Just working on maybe go help at the pound. The insurance covers a rabies shot. That's they're so horrible. They're like, I don't know. I'm sure the volunteer, like I'm sure there are people up in arms if they always are, and occasionally they do stuff or something happens. Well, that's true also. How does the people going by working in law enforcement, how are they normally with pets and stuff? I don't know. There might be, it looks like there might be different segmented. That person looks like they have a farm, pets and things like that. It might be segmented. There's different groups. Yeah, the trollers. That kind of thing. It was Ed Gein fantasizes. I mean, we've heard they do stuff like that, but about like you built a whole army map. You built like a army man map, and then you put all this different stuff. And there were carnival rods that were actually just sort of like trash compactor. They killed you. It was like a concentration camp. But you make carnival rods that basically just sort of like fell in the gears you got and splatted. It must have been horrible. All of the things were like that. They were like, and I mean, you got mangled. You got absolutely mangled. I mean, you just fell in a hay baler and died. Every single one. And then and their eyes grubbing for it. Yeah, they're concentration camp guards. You made all my tattoos like actually gang symbols for pole dark because they're Masonic symbols also or something. Oh. I didn't know that about whippoorwills. And it's not a fascist like sickle. I don't know. Wasn't it like a gay artist, a makeup artist? No, he's from LA. Problems with ice for that. I'm not sure that's $2 and crying on yourself. People in Las Vegas and America do. You're very culturally like out of the ballpark, and I guess it's because you got all the rest of the stuff going on. No, this is because my friend got like a dagger, so I got it's a Boline knife from like Wicca or something. It's a scythe. I'm not sure. It's a sphinx? Yeah. It's my Egyptian cartoon. Elizabeth Taylor or King Tut, Michael Jackson or Steve Martin. I'm a Leo. My name's Lauren. But then and then you can hack computers and take over. Okay. And there's people in there and they're dying horribly. They're just stuffed into the walls. It's like a concentration camp. No, and you split people up and then you decide who you want to keep around to play with. It's fun even. Then kill the other people. Okay. Sometimes they're horribly damaged. There was one lady that hung on to avoid the train trash compactor, the carousel that dumps you in the gears underneath it and then crushes you, mangles you. But he was a mangler all around. Then you were stuffed into dirt holes in the walls with no windows. Nothing has any windows and they're all blocked from satellite. And then right now you're in the tunnels. They're in the tunnels that are actually sewers. Still blocking because they own America. Okay. Well, that's awful. Yeah, you are doing that in the bathroom. I'm not doing it also. Just going to the bathroom. Which I think he must have me on a body scanner. You can is there a way you can get in the office? Really? Yeah, because he says he is. Is there a way you can get into the office where he is? You've done this for hours again. Okay, I'm tired. No, again, because it's Easter Sunday online. You already went through the FBI federal bar. They may not want this from you. Stick it in the spam pile. There's thousands of them. There's thousands of people. Tens of thousands. I can figure out bingo at the Aliante. It's true, I could go get some hooch. Won't say hooch. Go get a 6-pack of beer, I guess. What you shouldn't say. Well, I could. It's slightly unlike things I could do. Because it's the beginning of the month. Well, I'm not normally on live with the police. I have to fix up the house to sell. So it's pretty much okay here, but take down the pins. I stuck the little tinfoil hats on all the light sockets. I think we're just on the cable account. Yeah, somebody needs to call Cox. Well, that's why when did I actually make a tinfoil closet? And then a tinfoil Faraday cloth bunk bed. Not that long ago. That's when it got to the point 8 months ago now. Probably, yeah. Well, I needed somewhere to, if that. It's been 8 months now because we just been another 2 months here doing this. So do you peacefully do your thing? Yeah. Look for jobs in Florida that are actual jobs with my job skills, or also just see if Barnes and Noble is hiring. Well, that's what I said. He was like, the Aliante Casino has a cinema. Is the cinema hiring? Okay, so then you work there part-time and then be fun even. That's a stupid job. You said Hobby Lobby, it's stupid. It does sound silly. It sounds like you're Prairie Dawn or something. If they're hiring, it's not especially. It's fun. Yeah, but then the Aliante Casino is hiring a manager. Right, so then you're the manager at the Aliante, an assistant manager at the Aliante Casino Cinema. Well, it's the scariest life in the world, scariest job in the world. Because all the people going by in cars work and have nice normal lives. Oh, well, that's the kind of stuff they do. One of the things they do can be. It's a job. Want to turn a career into a career? Do the popcorn. Well, and they pay you for a reason, but that'd actually be fun. Or they pay you to do things. What will they give you money for doing? Exactly. So is it like something with an R Cinema? So then you work for the R Cinema Corporation. That actually would be fun. Be okay. It's interesting. To me, no. Scariest thing to smell like. Lord. You'd meet people. Maybe you're at a casino. You might meet cute guys, nice men, your age group. In my age group, I might meet nice people to go out with. So it's a little far to walk again. No hooch. I was actually thinking about when we stuck here doing this, I was thinking about more of that wassail. Because there's a lot of vitamin C in there. Big thing in a bottle of vodka, small bottle of vodka. What else is there? Rum? What is vodka? So I'm not going to put it in, I'm just going to put it on top. Well, it'll last me all month. Because I'm going to have to be sitting around doing this. And then you're going to be, until you're arrested. Oh. No, that wasn't my dad came visit. And over Christmas. Or something, the holidays. Thanksgiving, Halloween, and Christmas. I'm still alive in all this. There's a lot of vitamin C and cranberry in there. I had like one glass of wine in the box of wine's been in there. That was its second month. And I bought it kind of at the beginning of the month before. February. Paperwork jobs. I still have a lot of envelopes. Well, I'd like to be doing that on my computer. Move your other computer out into the floor. Okay. Maybe. I'm gonna have to leave it on as long as there's not much going on Sunday brunch downtown. It's a little late for that. Bellagio spring exhibit. I mean, I'm not actually looking for stuff to do. I just need you removed, and then I'm going to probably take a nap and then sleep the entire night laying down. You can do both for sure. And then get things I just said, tidy up the house, sell the house, move to Florida, find a job with my college degree and experience. I do paperwork, okay. I could tidy up the website. If I get on it right now though, yeah, he jumps in and starts doing stuff on top of you. be bored in a loop. I suppose, I mean, it's not, I think I just need an ordinary person going about ordinary business, which is fine. It's none of your concern. Every second of my life does not involve you, which is, it's not stalked by you, and this is you, which is absolutely horrifying. So you need to go to jail now. And I'm just alone in my house, watching television or watching the internet, TV on the Cox, by myself.
Get these freaks into custody.
My dad helped drink the last one. I got the tamarind Smirnoff vodka for it with the Day of the Dead. Super skull over it. It was good, and it's like chili mangoes. But I froze half of it. My dad and I drank it. It helped with the pain, really. No, we kept like flavored vodka, so it's not as strong. When you cook it in there, when you put it in, like, I toss it in, like, to warm it up. It cooks off the alcohol somewhat. It still had alcohol in it when I put it in, like, a little too early. You should wait it. Well, yeah, I'm not stupid. I know that. Alexa, I'm like talking to myself, shouting at a pervert in the walls. Really, yeah, it's so bad. Can you please arrest these criminals? Icky. Creepy. But, no, I didn't have a driver's license. I don't do that anyway. Neither does my dad. He drank it too. He had a rental car. Where's mine? It's real. Well, I gotta get through however long this, like, I don't know, kidnapping is gonna last. You're monopolizing my time and everything else, to say the least. I don't really do anything down here. I didn't mean to post it there. Oh, or was it near something with your license? No, I don't really drink that much. I don't drink that much of alcohol. That's that, or that's that. So there's such ginger in it. Is it from last month? Kind of for like pain. Warmed it up. Helped me sleep finally and all that. Would you turn that off? It's a very painful setting. I'm using it on her care also. Okay. I'm gonna have to leave it on. Well, I can't, like, I turn it off to go take a shower and it goes actually nuts. It's out there like just everything I said. That's how bad it is. Oh, I'm trying to take a shower and then something's actually like electrocuting me. Or touching, like trying to touch you in the shower. It's unbelievable. So I lay down to sleep. It's terrifying. No, it's the case. You have some kind of body scanner that you are like on. You're on it in the shower, like big time. Or, like I turn it off and the guy is going crazy. It's like really scary. It just needs to end. Oh, I want to just, these men can't stalk me anymore. I'm alone on my cell phone. I'm alone in my house. I'm not sure that's what it's about. You're so busy, like, what is it about? Over there sex offending and going crazy. I'm not sure it's about me sending the emails out. Slightly somewhere, but what the heck is all the rest of the stuff? I mean, it is about that, but then there's all the rest of the stuff. So, very, very much the case. Get him in custody now. Pennsylvania.
Imagine a place where the edge of the continent isn't a boundary, but a beginning. Where the pulse of the earth is felt in the steam of volcanic vents and the slow, grinding movement of glaciers. A place where rain doesn't just fall, it breathes life into emerald cathedral.
When was the last time you walked through a city and saw no litter at all? In Singapore, that's what strikes most visitors first. But it isn't just good habits. There's an entire system behind it. We start. And one of the hardest to keep clean. Here, the National Environment Agency, or NEA, steps up the
If you happen to have any situations that requires your attention or escalated situation, please be sure to report them. Let us know and stay in the group. So at the end of sports, we will set business environment group. We'll be highly visible.
No, I need this man in custody now.
There's a strategy that goes beyond punishment.
He's gotta go. These men have got to go to jail now, you think?
To change behavior. Simply by being seen.
So in the past, we always say, only the offender that was enforced upon, no penalty to them. But now even the compromise of guilty offenders who we deter from committing offenses.
They're watching for everyday offenses. Littering, spitting, and more.
So you can smoke anywhere except at designated smoking areas.
The officers spot a smoker outside the designated zone. They step in, explain the offense, and issue a fine.
At any real life situation, the interaction between individual and things may escalate very quickly. So as an officer, it's important to notice these capital signs and defend the situation as early as you can.
They may not be the most popular presence on the streets, but Sean and his team play a vital part in keeping them clean. Keeping a city clean isn't just about sweeping up. It means stopping problems before they build. Officers can't be everywhere, and the challenge goes beyond the streets. Across Singapore, drains and waterways flow into reservoirs. At Sungai Selita in the north, they carry not just water, but the city's waste.
Okay. Moving this a little closer. No privacy. Right.
He oversees public
Thing is just up my butt. It's not privacy, sit up your butt. I don't want anybody. Greatness. Don't need. Probably it's relatively normal out there for. No.
Here,
It wouldn't be. It's definitely nowhere somebody wants to put a camera.
Operates a system on water
Get in trouble, it's against the law.
waste. This includes everything from rubbish to leaves washed in by the rain.
The typical day is the waterway robot moving out from our charging
No, of course I'm always trying to, I want to. Okay, now what? Okay, well, I posted everything there's to post, right? But still, Mr. Complete, crazy man. And what the heck did that thing just say? I mean, I get out of its way. Okay, that was definitely like somebody touching me. It'll touch you when you're in the toilet. Really? I mean, okay. And I said something awful. But Will, it is so offensive. It is so offensive. And then comments on like you on the toilet on the body scanner. Really? Yeah. When you.
All technology.
Okay.
Some of it lies underground in the city's drains. Tao is part of the team testing sensors. His job is to make sure blockages are caught early, so drains keep flowing.
The sensors use right sensor. It measures light pulse.
Aren't you worried about getting in trouble? I mean, you know, it's very, very criminal. It's beyond criminal. It's as bad as possible.
We send alerts to one sensor and our two supervisors to take actions on the ground.
Singapore's clean reputation doesn't rest on spotless streets alone. At its busiest landmarks, waste management is part of the same system.
Changi Airport is a very big international air hub. Just last year alone, we had over 67 million passengers.
Yeah, he like says it too. As it's where are you and where are you in relation to the other guys doing stuff? Somebody has to arrest you right now. You're engaging in criminal acts. You have to stop.
Gerald oversees sustainability at the airport.
We're always looking at novel ways in which we can recycle better. So every little bit counts.
For his team, waste is more than what passengers leave behind. It also comes from the airport itself, including the gardens that shape the Changi experience. When the blooms are over, they too add to the waste.
The airport nurturing.
Kaja keeps the airport's gardens in shape. From new shoots to old blooms, he manages the life cycle of every plant. Now he's testing a new approach, composting the flowers in-house, starting with sunflowers.
In Terminal 2, on the outdoor at level 3, there's this sunflower garden. It's displayed with almost 1,000 sunflowers, and they are changed every 10 days. So once sunflower finishes its flowering, the plant stem and the leaves are good for recycling.
Each sunflower begins life in the airport's nursery. After the blooms fade, the sunflowers return here, not to be discarded, but to be reused.
We only use the stalk with the leaves and the dried flowers, and then it's put into a machine and it's grounded, and then the end product is what we have as the first stage, and we leave it for close to 3 months.
Once dried, the ground sunflowers are turned into compost. Mixed with soil, it improves the ground and helps other plants thrive. Every bloom feeds the next. Nothing is wasted. Across the city, Marina Bay Sands faces a different challenge. clubhouse kitchen that runs at a massive scale. Every day, it serves 15,000 meals to staff, and with them, tons of food waste.
In any sustainability effort, you can't manage what you don't measure.
At Marina Bay Sands, Roger leads sustainability. In the staff kitchen, one of his projects uses AI to track what gets thrown away.
You can put tray food underneath the camera. It will detect what that food is. So it will take a photo, it will track the weight, it will tell us the value, and will give us all of that data, which helps us refine the menus, refine the portion size to reduce the volume of waste that we're producing.
Even with less waste on the plate, there's still plenty left behind. That's where the Waste Master takes over.
The Waste Master is a really cool piece of technology that uses advanced oxidation and thermal treatment to do a really advanced composting process. And what comes out of that machine is actually a nutrient-rich substrate.
The system is part of a bigger loop. The output is sent off-site, processed into pellets, and fed to fish at local farms.
The Waste Master allows us to salvage the value and the nutrients from the food that would normally be thrown away. We're able to do something meaningful and circular with the waste afterwards as well. So this is really the kind of systems that we need to create for the future.
Singapore's clean reputation isn't just about spotless streets. It's held up by officers patrolling the ground, sensors and machines working out of sight, and waste systems built into its major landmarks. From the everyday to the monumental, every part of the city works to stay clean. You can cross the city without crossing a single street. Beneath the traffic lies a network of walkways built for pedestrians. They connect MRT stations, malls, and offices, forming continuous routes across the city center. The first underground walkways were road underpasses, short tunnels to cross busy streets safely. By the 1990s, they extended into longer corridors linking MRT stations to malls and offices. In 2000, CityLink Mall opened, Singapore's first underground shopping street, running from City Hall MRT to Suntec City. Since then, the network has kept growing. But the deeper it goes, the harder it is to see.
Because unlike planning above ground, you can't really see these underground spaces that easily. So the 3D maps of these underground spaces allows us to look at potential conflicts and any pinch points way up front in the planning stages and try to deconflict them as early as possible so that future implementation can be done much more smoothly.
Beneath the city, tunnels, cables, and building foundations all compete for space. Each new pedestrian link has to find a path between them. That's where architect Hema comes in.
Because we have very limited land, Singapore has to take a long-term approach to our planning. So with the limited land, we need to make use of our underground spaces as well to optimize our land use.
One way is through underground pedestrian links or UPLs.
It's really meant to facilitate seamless movement of people from areas of high density developments like in Orchard and Marina Bay and here in the Civic District to transit nodes like major underground MRT stations.
of the newest underground links runs through Funan. Just 100 meters long, but part of something bigger.
So today through the Funan underpass onto City Hall MRT and then through CityLink Mall onto Suntec. That route is almost 1 kilometers long. At the moment, it is the longest continuous network in Singapore.
At first glance, it looks like a simple tunnel, but building it was far more complicated. The Funan link fell to project manager Celia.
I think people don't realize how challenging it is to build underground pedestrian link, which looks very functional. It's just a straight tunnel connecting from point A to point B.
Building underground means working with the unknown.
There are actually a lot of services and utilities crisscrossing us, and they might be at different levels below the soil. So we have to ensure that when the tunnel rings are being pushed through, it does not get hindered by these services.
From keeping the ground stable to avoiding hidden utilities, every move requires planning. It's precision work, demanding constant checks and quick adjustments. And then there's its location.
Because the UPL is directly under Northbridge Road, the major artillery road in the city. So we have to minimize the number of road closures to minimize the disruption to the traffic.
But solving the engineering challenge was only part of the job. Celia's team also had to think about how it would feel to walk through the space.
The scale and proportion of the width and height, it is actually quite generous, so it does not really make us feel very claustrophobic when we are walking through the tunnel. In fact, the tunnel height is at 4 meters, so it does give a more spacious feeling.
And they wanted the tunnel to be more than just functional.
A lot of the underground network links are actually very monotonous and very functional. But in the Funan UPL, because we considered that this is going to be a very long walk, over 100 meters. So when we designed Funan UPL, we were conscious to make it more enjoyable space. So we did so by considering the lighting. We had colored lights inside the tunnel. And we also made use of interesting facade design and signages.
To break the monotony even further, the walls double as a canvas. Festive art, branding, and projections change through the year, so the tunnel rarely looks the same. Making it look good is one thing. Behind the scenes, it takes constant upkeep to keep it that way.
The UPL ventilation is in optimal condition right now. Is the temperature okay?
That's the job of Evelyn, Funam's general manager, who oversees its daily operations and maintenance.
I think it's fine now. But it will move to this side as well. Yeah, that's part of the fine.
Painting the UPL requires special attention as compared to above ground areas. Since there is no natural ventilation as well as daylight within the space, it is important to ensure that the air quality, cleanliness, and brightness is maintained and kept throughout the time that is operating.
Lighting here does more than keep the walkway bright. It shifts through the day, adjusted from a control room.
So typically, the degree of the warmth actually creates a different ambiance. If it's too yellow, it tends to give you a more relaxed feel. But at the same time, because it's a busy space that people passes through quite quickly, it's quite transient in that sense. It cannot be too dark as well.
Comfort underground isn't just about light. Walkways also act as shelter, keeping commuters out of sun and rain.
The UPL is actually
provides that shelter for everyone. It's a practical reason, essentially, is to ensure that people are able to get from one point to another without actually being exposed to the elements.
And with no natural ventilation, chilled water systems cool the air and circulate it through the walkway.
We'll try to maintain it about 24 degrees around that. So there will be set temperatures. So it's basically a system that actually they will trigger. By right, it should trigger whenever it goes beyond a certain temperature. Yeah, that's how it works.
That steady temperature is managed here in the chiller room. Chilled water flows through pipes to cooling units. Fans blow cool air from it into the tunnel. Technicians monitor the system constantly to keep it holding at 24 degrees.
As you walk through the underground, the temperature is constant, the ambience is inviting, the lighting is consistent throughout the entire linkway. So I feel that everything comes through holistically, and it comes through very naturally, and it feels comfortable.
The Funan Link offers a glimpse of what's ahead. Future pedestrian corridors are planned not just to connect buildings, but to serve as shared public spaces underground. As more of these links are built, the challenge will be making each one distinct.
As we become more built up and we have more UPLs that links buildings to buildings and to the MRT stations, it's more important that differentiated spaces that pedestrians can look forward to when they pass through on their daily commute journeys.
An underground link may look like a simple tunnel, but each one represents years of planning, construction, and daily upkeep. Planners map the ground in 3D. Engineers tunnel beneath live roads. Operators cool, bright, and clean.
Okay, but this one was okay.
The Funan Underground Walkway is one link in a growing network. Part of how Singapore's underground is evolving, from simple crossings to curated spaces, built around the needs of a city that keeps moving.
Every morning, before the city wakes, buses are already on the move. They pass through neighborhoods, heading into the city as the day begins. Connecting people, places, and daily routines. One journey at a time. Singapore's bus system spans the city with over 360,000 stops. It's designed for reach, frequency, and flow, with most buses running on time, almost to the minute. But it took years of change to build the system we see today. Singapore's first buses were privately run in the early 1900s, small, noisy, and prone to breakdowns. The nickname mosquito buses, they made up most of the bus services up to the 1960s. Operators ran different routes, some in the city centre, others on the outskirts. There were plenty of buses, but no system to bring it all together. Over the decades, the government restructured the system, consolidating operators, standardizing routes, upgrading the fleet, and introducing central planning. What began as a patchwork of services became a coordinated network across the city. The day begins in a quiet depot at 4 a.m.
So morning, I'll reach, I'll report my duty, then the dispatcher will deploy me with a route for me to do.
Peng Kian is a bus captain, a title that reflects how the role has changed.
Normally people will think that a bus captain is a bus driver that ferry passenger from point A to point B. Actually, in Singapore here, we do more than that. We have to take care of passenger safety, we have to take care of the situation.
Safety doesn't start on the road. It begins with the first checks. Peng Kian powers up the systems, checks the exterior, then walks the cabin for one final look. Once he's on the road, the focus only sharpens.
It's not only driving, buses big, you got a lot of blind spot. So constantly you got to look after the blind spot and the system. So focusing is very important.
With so much to watch, it helps to have backup. The mobile eye system monitors lanes, tracks nearby vehicles and pedestrians, and flags speeding. It's designed to catch what the driver might miss before it becomes a problem.
So there's one thing that I like about this job. I can see a lot of stages of people, like working group, the elderly, the helpers. So you get to face them in one whole morning. So it's quite fun. I feel like you're engaging all kind of different people on different routes at different places.
Not every day is easy, but he keeps going. For the familiar interactions and the people who remind him why he does this. On the road, bus captains respond to what's in front of them, traffic, timing, and whatever the day brings. But behind the scenes, another team is watching the bigger picture. They track live data, adjust routes, and keep the network in sync.
Hello, PSC, how can I help you?
When something goes wrong on the road, the call often comes here first. At the Bus Operations Control Center, controllers like Sam keep an eye on every bus route, tracking delays, road conditions, how crowded buses are. From the screen, he sees how it all connects.
Every day, I need to ensure the bus operation is good and all the buses travel on schedule. We also tracking the bus operation, the passenger loads, and the road condition. If there's any sign of delay, then we will take the action immediately.
Spotting the issue is just the first step. The challenge is reacting fast, rerouting services, alerting ground teams, and keeping things on time.
Okay, where's the location? Okay, so you mean now the road is not passable, right?
A fallen tree blocks a turn. One bus is stuck. As the bus captain waits at the scene, Sam's already working through options, checking nearby buses, finding a detour, and assessing how this might affect other buses down the line.
Sam calling from SMR here. Okay, I have a situation here is the road not passable. For service 973, along this particular road turn to Panjang Road, so I will have planned a diversion route. We go through this Jericho Road, Pang Road.
It sounds simple, but these are split-second calls based on experience, road knowledge, and the pressure to get it right.
Okay, now the diversion route has been approved. Now we are following this road. We just turn here. Okay, we stick to this two bus stop. The most challenging for me is time, because every second pass by and the things maybe will go worse. You need to react very fast to make a decision and action, what action that will affect any commuters on the road. They may not able to travel on time.
Moving buses across the city is one challenge, Changing what powers them is another. Singapore is gradually replacing its fleet with electric and hybrid buses. Over 130 are already on the road. But switching to electric isn't just about the vehicles. It means new infrastructure, new workflows, and new ways to keep things running. At another depot across the island, technicians are already getting to work.
I'll check the exterior.
Sharul has been a bus technician for 8 years. In the last 2, his focus has shifted to maintaining Singapore's growing fleet of electric buses. From braking systems to high voltage wiring, everything needs checking, and it all starts with the batteries.
So technically what I'm looking out is for any abnormalities on the wire harness or any AC/DC motors or any problem with it.
Inside each electric bus are multiple battery packs that contain many battery cells. Their temperature and charge are tracked constantly to ensure the bus runs reliably. If anything looks unusual, it's flagged early for maintenance. That's why early checks matter. Once the bus is on the road, the checks don't stop. Built-in systems with remote diagnostics track performance in real time, even while passengers are on board.
So if the bus is outside, we can see the future abnormalities coming. So we can correct the bus and maintain accordingly.
Technology helps, but some checks still need to be done on the ground. Under the bus are some of its most important systems, also the most exposed. Brake lines, suspension, and high voltage cables. Sharul looks for cracks, corrosion, or signs of wear. Things that could put the whole vehicle out of service if missed. It's detailed, demanding work. But Sharul knows why it matters.
You want to check the sensor? Put it up. Of course, it's a cleaner and a greener feature. There's no smoke, so the passengers also will have a very smooth ride with no much noises. As a bus technician, I feel proud and happy to be a team of maintaining e-buses.
Singapore's bus system didn't start out smooth, but today it runs because of many hands behind the scenes. Captains starting before sunrise. Controllers adjusting the network in real time.
Okay, so I have planned a diversion route.
And technicians keeping the next bus ready to go.
As of now, from this graph, it's good.
Most of it goes unseen, but it's what makes the system work.
Some of Singapore's most complex infrastructure is hidden in plain sight. Like this MRT entrance, tucked between buildings in the city centre. Step inside and you're heading 43 meters underground into a network that moves more than 3 million people a day. So what does it take to build a station this deep and keep it running every day? Singapore's Mass Rapid Transit, or MRT, has been moving people since 1987. It launched with just 5 stations on the North-South line.
bold new system designed to ease congestion.
Here we are on the first MRT train, the first batch of passengers, all of us eagerly waiting to experience the thrill of the first ride. And yes, we're off.
In the early years, most lines ran above ground, but as the city grew denser, the network had to go underground, beneath roads, buildings, and even rivers. Bencoolen took that shift underground even further, 43 meters down.
Bencoolen Station is actually one of 16 stations under the Downtown Line 3 contract. It is also one of the most difficult stations to be constructed, primarily because it's in the middle of the central business district area. And actually there's a very small slice of land which is available only for the station entrance. So we had to figure out a way where we wanted to put the station.
That challenge fell to Asla, the architect. Above ground, space was already tight. Underground, it was even trickier. Wedged between Fort Canning and Jalan Besar, the tunnels had to pass through one of the city's most complex underground zones, layered with intersecting train lines, utilities, and dense urban infrastructure.
What happens is that the station's tunnels needs to track through between two very important junctions. One of the junction is at Sungai Road with Bencoolen Street where river, and you have the lines from the northeast line and also the lines from the central line as well. And to the north at Fort Canning, we also have the lines coming from the Big Log Station, which also serve the north-south line and also the central line as well.
With so much already built beneath the city, there was only one option: go deeper. At the time of construction in 2011, most stations were just 15 to 25 meters underground. This was Singapore's deepest yet. Once the depth was set, a new problem emerged. How do you move thousands of people up and down the equivalent of a 15-story building every day?
It's not easy to actually get people to move vertically up and down from the surface level to the deepest levels where your train platform could be. We had to make sure that this requirement to make people move in and out of the station swiftly, efficiently, and safely is met.
So the team had to carefully design how people move through the station, step by step. At Bencoolen, that meant 22 escalators, linking street level to the platform.
The thing about escalators is this is a little bit peculiar. Escalators work efficiently when the maximum height is 6 meters.
Escalators work best at an incline of around 30 degrees. Any steeper and they're harder to step on safely. Any longer and they need more space, structure, and power. At this depth, every angle counts.
Some of our stations would have longer escalators, space is just available for them to do it. But here is a compact station, and we really need to work with an optimal vertical length for escalators.
But systems alone aren't enough. Someone needs to manage flow in real time. People, platforms, and systems.
Hey, how can I help you? How do I go to the Maldives? Right now we're here in Bencoolen. Okay, you'll take 5 stations on the blue line. Right now we're at Bayfront.
At Bencoolen, that's Stacey.
Attention passengers, please do not eat or drink in our stations and trains.
From the passenger service center, she keeps a close eye on the station.
We not just deal with passengers looking for help, we also make sure that the system is running smoothly. So we have to have, I suppose you would say, dual vision. So whatever is happening outside the passenger service center, whatever is happening inside, we have to be aware at all times.
With multiple levels and escalators, even finding the platform can be confusing, especially for tourists.
Okay, so what you can do is you go up right here.
The cooler sees a steady stream of them, with several hotels nearby.
Sometimes they will go in and they'll go downstairs and maybe one escalator, they'll come back upstairs again. Where are these?
Even with cameras and monitors, not everything can be seen from behind the glass. That's why Stacy walks the ground. If someone looks unsure, she's often there before they are.
Where you want to go? 人家是好，我们在这里，这个我们在这里，我在离婚，说你去两个大去哪里？啊，对。
Station staff like Stacy keep things on track. But once the last train pulls out, another shift begins behind the scenes.
So today we'll be doing PhD maintenance 3 and 6 monthly. So for the protection.
Platform screen doors do more than open and close. A safety barrier can help ensure trains stop precisely, keeping timing and boarding smooth. Behind each one is a system of components that need to work in sync. Tonight, technicians are testing alignment, checking response time, and looking for faults before they happen. It's routine maintenance. But in a deep station where access takes time, there's little room for error. Further up, fare gates are opened and inspected. Technicians check sensors, motors, and barrier timing, ensuring every tap-in and tap-out works as expected. In a vertically stacked station like this, smooth flow depends on every part working reliably.
That thing is so bad.
Just as important as
The,
maintenance is the design.
The like sex scanner is so bad. The sex scanner. The sexual assault thing is actually really bad. I've been sitting here like
that experience is shaped through thoughtful choices.
watching it and I wrote it down and took pictures of it. Or recorded. Someone needs to arrest the crazy man stalking me.
It's not just color that guides you. The station walls curve.
But the sexual assault device tool is so bad.
Feel more intuitive.
But yeah, it's really bad. And these guys on it are so bad. I'm kind of watching like a dog. Or what in the world? Oh. The problem, that's really not good. They can't like beat me up and electrocute you. It's not interesting. Yeah, it's supposed to be interesting. Oh.
Even the lift doors were
It's not interesting. It's scary and it's not supposed to be happening. It's quite the sex matter. It's an important thing to catch. Well, it is important to catch.
I think one of the stations in Singapore very effective.
I don't want to like, but I mean, you guys are unbelievable. Who are you out of your minds? Do you know how illegal everything you like have been saying and doing is?
The journey feels seamless. Most of us pass through a station like this without thinking.
They're invisible. That's evil. Oh, they're actually like, they're going to always tell us that's that.
What feels routine is the result of engineering, design, and
what do you mean way too authentic? Actually, they're just depressing. Like it's, you do actually have to worry about the serial killer because nobody arrests him, or the really dirty guy, and then he's so bad. Really? Yeah. And then the problem is like the so bad is also super aggressive all the time. It just doesn't stop, and they're big. They're like these big retarded men stalking, which is embarrassing.
Operating deeper, built around the
I've reported a bunch of times, and they like,
We are inside one of the most extraordinary spaces in
They stalk on your cell phone and they mirror your internet account. That's what I reported. And I said, they're really weird. They seem like just retarded, crazy men.
carved out of solid granite.
There was like heavy breathing that is so weird. They weren't as explicit. They were really bad though. Yeah, like they're real, just ridiculous.
Storage facility.
No, it's just crazy.
To keep Singapore's industries alive.
I don't know, it was as described. It was like this 2021 kidnapping and the extradition back. There was just nothing you could do about it. Why were they sawing through my door? I didn't do anything.
Off Singapore's southern coast.
They're really hoodlums.
It didn't always look like this.
No, that's him. Really? Yeah.
Created through one of Singapore's most ambitious.
He says that every time I go to the bathroom. I don't need to know that. He tells them like Troll Wars stories. There's other people out there. Really, yeah, it's really creepy. The phone line cutting's like, no, you're actually in Silence of Lambswell. I was kidnapped and like taken to the Hammond Road Detention Center that does not have any windows anywhere. And just kind of burst into a wall for 8 months. These guys actually seemed involved in it.
Below this island and build dual rock cabins.
But they saw through my door and like, they just do stuff. And like, this one's by, it's really scary. And I've called everyone and my phone rings really
It's part of the team that turned that.
I mean, nobody does because they're in sewage plants. Whatever you're doing in the, he like curses their like sewage tunnels that they're blocking out of or something in the story with your pee. Whatever's in it, it's got your genetic material in it. He's pretty good because it floods it. No, he's doing it. Really. In between like saying, I can see you on the body scanner and then I'm gonna molest you. Really? So it's a really bad pervert on Alexa. It's a really bad pervert on like cell phone that's stalking my body. Yikes. Well, the bad guys in Troll Wars are he says that every time. What are you talking about, Mr. Crazy? Okay. Then he says like, because that they're hiding in the tunnels in Troll Wars, in his Ed Gein Wars, and there's still people that are captives. They're like really bad off. He's gonna like tell his friends to kill him or something. So you have to rescue him.
Storing oil underground isn't as simple as digging a hole in the rock. The first step was to blast through.
Well, I was trying to go to the bathroom. The voice is saying it because it's a like a DNA sample. And it makes fun of you for being an astronaut because your dad was grandpa was an astronaut. That's what he says. That was almost coherent. It never is. It's an absolute word soup and salad, and then like screaming aggression. Yeah, something sexual. That's horrible. No, I'm just going to the bathroom. He follows me around screaming on that thing. Okay, because it's your like DNA samples, you can take it over. Well, you said like cream cheese. I'm not taking over your Ed Gein map with like pee. Well, it gets in everything.
The area may have passed the strength test, but for an underground cabin beneath the sea, the real challenge was keeping water out.
It's kind of recent.
Fractures in the rock create hidden pathways where water could seep through.
If you look at this piece of rock, you can see the rock is very strong.
They're supposed to talk to it and then like
not be able to see deep
things it recognizes.
But
Well, they're in the sewage tunnel. They built a fork under there.
To stop that, engineers mapped the water paths, then
I need this man arrested and I'm doing that. Well, in the bathroom. I go to the bathroom like
to stop water seepage completely.
we want to have some water flow in the fracture system to make sure the rock is fully saturated and the oil can be fully compliant inside the cavity without leakage. But we don't want to have too much water.
Yeah, he does, of course. He says appalling things about his shower or bathtub.
Solving those challenges took years of testing and persistence. And for Professor Wu, the experience of working
That's scary.
underground left a lasting
It's
impression.
unbelievable. Then there's these guys that argue like if you're gonna do all that stuff in like Wake County, you need to not be doing this now. Quite obviously, you just arrest this guy. So there's a schizophrenic problem. That is just as bad as possible.
Find a solution to solve the problems.
I mean, why isn't anybody arresting this guy? I called the problem one.
Juror rock cabins pushed the limits of
Well, that's what he said. That's what you're saying every time I go to the bathroom now.
from concept to completion. It took 15 years.
And then he's gonna like
Didn't end there.
hack the whole map of things. We're supposed to do it also. I think of what places you have like people buried in a wall, which you're narrating what you're doing to them and stuff.
That's
I don't know.
Alan's job. As the project manager, he knows the system inside
What
out.
is this schizophrenic
The
guy
ships
doing?
above ground,
I don't care. Something
the cabins
absolutely horrible.
deep below. And
So I mean, he needs to arrest these men. Ew. But he can follow you in the toilet. He's narrated that every time I've gone to the bathroom. It's really offensive. I don't know why.
Once the vessel has built successfully at the jetty, we will then proceed to connect our pipelines with the jetty and to line up the pipes and the valves to get ready to receive the oil coming from the vessel.
This oil is transferred straight from the ship into pipelines on the jetty and then pumped underground into the cabins through a valve manifold area.
This is like a interchange of pipelines where we are able to direct the hydrocarbon to a respective.
I'm not saying yes to that. Did I say yes to that out
The
loud?
cabins have been sealed since construction ended, each
That's
one
cream
now
cheese.
filled with liquid hydrocarbons.
Or Ninja Turtles or something.
The only access is through the operations tunnel, located right
What is this
above the
conversation
cabins.
about? I wasn't doing it also. That's what he said. That is what he just said there. No, I was going to the bathroom. See, that's actually like true. And then that was you helping because it was interesting what the guy said. What is that conversation about? Because you're supposed to believe that's actually true. Okay.
Here, Alan and his
He just
team
likes to follow you in the
service
bathroom and yell about you being in the bathroom.
pipelines that are responsible for carrying oil in and out of the cabins.
I think the guy worked at the dump or something. Yeah, it's like a schizophrenic man that worked for water treatment, like
And
sewage.
being this deep underground, safety is just
Maybe his
as
family did.
important as keeping the oil flowing. Even a small leak from a valve or pipeline could release hydrocarbon vapors into the tunnel. So maintenance teams regularly scan for gas leaks to make sure the air stays safe to breathe and the risk of fire is
That's
kept
with
under
oil.
control. In the operations tunnel, maintenance is hands-on. Above ground
It's worth money.
is where the whole
Put it in the
system
pipe.
comes together in the control center. A hub that keeps watch over the cabins 24/7.
It started with like people like he was just running around like screaming and attacking you. When did Man in Black Castle start? Supposedly in like somebody brought some like pornographic stuff in, remember? From one. These guys actually do that. Oh, okay.
At the moment,
Yeah, that's right. And it was all this like horrible footage of people dying in a water treatment plant.
request from the vessel and the jet.
But he didn't call it a water treatment plant yet.
Discharged into the cabin.
And that's what they like do in the other office or something. It was cool.
Fluids and the pressure, just to make sure all these conditions are operating.
Neville ran off with it, like-
And safe.
I don't know what it's doing. Archetypal schizophrenia, isn't that right away? Some sort, something like that, a
From
symptom.
the jetty to the cabins deep below, it takes a team working around the clock to keep this engineering marvel running every day.
Everybody's down
But
there
its
as
true
well.
significance lies beyond what we see.
Your work level has helped us to gain intensive engineering knowledge, safety management, and operation and.
Well, you can't murder me in front of people. You lost a bet with these guys, and it was the guys with the other whatever. Well, that's what you said. Why would I agree to like, you like scream that there's people down there right now being murdered and you have to rescue them.
Above ground, but below it.
You have to like fight it. You're in a plane or something. It's just a schizophrenic man, and they're all over the world. Okay. Now he narrates that when you pee, it also hacks him. It takes over all of those and sit down. What is he talking to himself about?
And constraints into possibilities. A hidden world today and a model for the city of tomorrow.
I was playing with those things. Inside the urban factory, I have salted eggs.
Most of Singapore's food is imported, but some makers are doing things differently.
Bananas are cheap, and
Crafting bold,
you get an actual one.
flavors from scratch. And
Actual like store.
the global taste map.
Frozen chocolate bananas are okay. Banana stand from the rest of the development. I said Mrs. Phil, please. Then you said something about like pornography kiosk.
Something
I said something about
is being cooked up.
also rest of the development, or someone else did.
Imagine you're eating basically a seafood dish.
And
it's from umami taste. It's
thanks
salty,
to money.
sweet, and it tastes a little bit of curry leaves and a hint of chili as well.
Video gaming.
Quite a unique taste.
What do you call it?
What are the problems with this one?
Yeah, it's okay on some of those.
Okay, but I'll make it.
Urban didn't set out to create a snack. He opened a Chinese restaurant in 2009, hoping to make a name for himself in the F&B world. Things were going until a move to a quieter location.
I had to really pick my brain to come up with something new, basically to survive, to save the business. And I asked the chef, what should we do? You know what? People actually come to our restaurant to eat the salted crab at the time. Every single table will eat the salted crab. So I don't really try to focus on that.
They took the same salted egg mixture from the crab dish and tossed it over something completely different. Crispy fish stew and potato chips.
We packaged the snacks into the jar and we're just selling it in our restaurant back then in the cashier back. But after 6 months or so, it turns out the sales of the snacks actually outsells my restaurant's business itself.
Today, Urban snacks are sold in over 20 countries. While they are made in massive quantities, the heart of the process hasn't changed. Step inside the factory, and it doesn't feel like a typical production line.
It's sort of like a big kitchen because the process is still the same. There's a cooking process to use like real ingredients.
Fresh curry leaves, sifted by hand. Chilies, blended for heat. Salted egg yolks, cooked and mixed till creamy. This is the base of Urban's signature sauce, made from scratch, batch by batch.
So the sauce will be mixed with the fish skin or potato chips, and then we will put it into the oven for it to be made more crispy.
Once the snacks pass through quality control, they move into the final stage, where automation takes over. Each pouch is flushed with nitrogen to keep the chips crisp, then sealed by machine to lock in flavor and shelf life. It's a crucial step, part of scaling the business while keeping every bag consistent, safe, and ready to go. Even as the process evolves, the heart of it stays the same. A flavor rooted in a Singaporean dish and now landing on shelves around the world.
I think what makes Urban special also we embrace
Sun at the beach.
our own heritage. It didn't came from the
You can have a permanent stand on the Santa Monica Pier. That's actually probably great. Yeah. People won't buy them. I need a snack.
In Sembawang, another flavor is taking shape.
Frozen.
One that starts with a single bean.
They go less expensive than the other shit. This other stuff's like $6.
8 years.
What was yours? Mine was a maybe if it's like Hustler. I won't have to deal with it, but you could just go and like, oh, my photography kiosk, a place. First one with that.
To create something unique. Unlike mass-produced chocolate, beans
I don't know, but maybe.
roast,
Because
pound, and refine the cacao
Only
themselves.
interested development tomorrow.
There's actually chocolates that are much more flavorful, even with just
Is there a vending
much more
machine?
flavorful than what
Maybe.
these two.
Good flavor starts with good beans.
Looks like $1,000 comes out of it.
Sourced from trusted producers, then sorted by hand to make sure only the best make it into the chocolate. Then
Does.
comes roasting, the first real transformation of flavor.
A month.
By adjusting time and temperature, Jay brings up different flavors.
When you roast the beans, how fast that beans absorb thermal energy and convert it into a process that caramelizes, so that basically changes the composition of the beans inside, and that transforms into flavor.
After roasting, the beans are cooled to
Yeah,
let
you can take the
moisture
pipple to go like, yeah.
Then they're cracked. The husks are blown away. And what's left are the nibs.
Tell people that.
100% pure.
Tell your kids like make fun of you.
The nibs are
That's
ground
what
into
you
cocoa liquor,
Nice
then
girl.
refined in a ball mill until the sugar, cacao, and cocoa butter are silky smooth.
The Jacob parlors is what I said. Jacob parlor.
Comes conching.
This allows from the volatile flavor.
Probably, your kids are probably at home.
Lastly, it's filtered, tempered, and molded.
Start a business, get a ordinary job.
Once it's set solid, take it out.
That's kind of fun.
As a final product.
Hobby Lobby does sound silly, but it's actually there, and if they're actually hiring,
Flavor doesn't stop at the beans.
the Hallmark stores are too. So is Sally's Beauty. I said Sally's Beauty.
Once the base is perfected, he starts experimenting, infusing
That might actually be fun.
unexpected ingredients.
So when we came to make chocolate, we came without any background in chocolate. So I think that allows us to think.
Well, that's a good store location.
With all the different flavors.
You just show up every day and
Freedom to
show up
experiment
every day.
led them to a world of flavors. But the ones that meant the most come from home.
Well, they're everywhere. When I carry my phone, I always get it.
Singaporeans to
It's actually comfy.
a sense of nostalgia.
I don't know. I like Hobby Lobby's fun.
And then for foreigners, you got the taste of Singapore.
TVs and stuff and like scrap
Or
work.
today is something that I have to try. Rojak is something that I very
There's lots of those.
because it tastes like
There's Michael's and Juliet's Fabric.
When you taste the dish, it kind of relates to.
So it's kind of like that.
That they have tasted before.
Across the island, something else is brewing.
Hobby Lobby might go out of business. I like that shopping center.
One of Singapore's first craft beer brewery. But long before the tanks and tap lines, he was brewing in
Oh,
his
there's a
apartment,
GNC.
putting in after work.
Homebrew for me was my escape every weekend. I would look forward to improving things I've done before and getting it to where I'm happy. And it was very addictive for me.
I should have tried to. I should have worked there when I was at my parents.
Quickly turn.
It just I moved a couple times. Barnes and Noble in Sumter Village, right across from my parents' house.
But what pushed John further was spotting a gap in Singapore's beer
It's right
scene.
across the street.
Every time I'm traveling within Asia, I'm already starting to see.
I went to Barnes and Noble
craft beer
before. I'm like,
popping up in local
it's not like it would be fine for part time and staying within like it can pay better. Or does pay better a bit.
Iconic representation of what Singapore craft beer is.
But
To do that, John
I should have done
had to
that. I
speak
make
for
like
himself,
$1,000.
and that meant it starts with malted barley that's crushed and soaked in hot water. This process, called mashing,
I need to do that now. I should have done that. But I mean, I was there long enough.
next comes nurturing. The mash moves to a new tank that acts like a giant metal sieve. Here, a sweet liquid called wort is separated from the grain. The wort is then boiled and hops are added. That's what gives the beer its bitterness.
There was slightly a lot going on, but Well, I'll probably do that now. I'll do that now.
It's cooled and
Something like
transferred
it.
to
Or a job with my, look for a job with my college
yeast is
degree.
added, and over the next few days,
So some
it
kind of
eats up
paperwork.
the sugar and produces alcohol. This is where John's craft stands out, in the way he works with yeast.
If you understand the yeast and keep it happy, put it in an environment that makes it happy, your beers will be amazing. Most breweries would like to only deal with 1-2 yeasts because they don't want to maintain too many yeasts. We use more than 10 different yeasts. We blend yeast sometimes as well. Because to me, it's like different yeasts create different flavor.
Some yeasts are clean and subtle, others bring out bold and fruity notes. For John, it all comes back to the belief that when brewed with care, a beer.
Well, they're right in like the village center.
So many things that aspect, right? I think that we can also endeavor to make.
The one in Las Vegas is probably doing okay too.
From salted egg snacks
To
to single origin chocolate.
Okay, it's okay too.
These makers are crafting flavor with purpose. What began in humble kitchens or workshops.
Well, then the other, like the options since I got here to work
One
were,
bold idea at a time.
I'm not sure really. I don't know if it smells.
Cooling in tropical Singapore
Or
isn't a
the gas
luxury.
station.
It's how the city gets through the day.
I'll be happy to get away
When
from
like
these
this,
guys.
every part of the city heats up. So Singapore found another way to stay cool.
This man will not stop stalking me. I'm having an enormous problem with it. But I had to be within walking distance.
Sits a hidden cooling network. Space retained underground in a net scarce city. And it's where engineers like Jing Yi keep it running.
For our cooling system, we aggregate the demand of the cooling of buildings. There are quite a few of them above ground. I think what this is really is that
The plant extends 20
Nobody's even watching me cut my phone line that bad.
largest underground cooling system.
Somebody needs to arrest these guys already. I told this already.
Is
It's
only
insane.
a step. Here, massive chillers cool water to 4 degrees. The chilled water travels.
We need to get this guy and stop letting him do stuff.
27 buildings above, offices, hotels, and malls. And here's the twist: 18 chillers do the work of 27.
so the conventional method of having air conditioning in a building is to have its own chill water system in the building itself. For our district cooling system, we will mix the chillers. When we compare the large chiller and the small chiller, it's about 30 to 40% difference in size and also 30 to 40% difference in cooling capacity.
By mixing large and small chillers, the system meets demand while using less energy overall.
I assume it's
One
considered.
shared network,
Oh, that means it's
lower energy use, a cooler city
something.
above,
It's these really rough guys that sound like they're in a prison and
and
they
ignite
just gets
the
funny.
plant.
And they just scream dirty words
For
and
the
stuff.
next day, it freezes tons of ice.
Can you
The
write
power
something in the
demand is
bathroom or
lower
something?
and cheaper.
Which is the amount of cooling that we store in the form of ice is up to 60 megawatts hours, close to powering up to 5 to 6 medium-sized buildings in terms of cooling
It's like
demand.
running my pee through like sewer tunnels every time I go to the bathroom.
With sensors tracking every pipe and
Why?
the network reacts instantly.
He's playing troll
Cooling
words.
demand spikes. Sometimes
Something,
it
it's
does
horrible.
stored ice instead of running chillers at
He's
full power.
the guy stops in a toilet.
and require us to lower the demand.
Toilet
So we
stalker.
switch off
And he
the
talks
chillers
about everything
and
else
want
I've said.
the thermal storage to be placed there.
Or he's done everything else I did. It's just really rough weird dudes.
Cooling does not stop.
It doesn't stop either.
Stored ice takes
Well, there's nothing I can do about it.
It's part of
Just
the
go to the
reason
bathroom.
this network has run for nearly 20 years without disruption. Dennis
It's actually horrible. It needs to end.
watching this underground network. Most people never see it. Everyone in Marina Bay depends on it.
The first sign of failure of the equipment is vibration. So when the sensors pick up abnormal vibration, that is a telltale sign that something is wrong with the chiller. If it updates every few seconds, then the data extends seamlessly for remote control and monitoring.
Even the balance of these operators to be
For a day of use, we are circulating up to 15,000 cube hour of chill water services.
That's enough water to fill 6 Olympic pools, all flowing through a common services tunnel over 5 kilometers long. A hidden highway for water, power, data, and waste.
So this underground tunnel actually houses our district cooling network pipes. It also houses the potable water pipe from PUB, and for the dry side, it houses the electricity power cable from power grid side.
After cooling the buildings, the water returns warmer. It begins the cycle again. Its heat rises through cooling towers. This is one part of the system that sits above ground. Hidden in plain sight. The facade is designed for airflow. It helps the towers release heat efficiently. With cooling equipment moved underground across the district, 25,000 square meters are freed up for other uses, and Marina Bay Sands gains valuable rooftop space.
The reason why you have all the F&B outlets up there and the infinity pool is because they don't have any M&E equipment, no cooling towers, because all of that is underground.
Harsha works on ways to make cooling more efficient across the city.
About 30 to 40% of electricity that's consumed in Singapore is attributed towards cooling the country. And if 40% of your energy use is consumed by buildings, you can think about bringing in renewable energy. But the other side of the coin is also about energy efficiency.
For buildings on district cooling, the benefits go beyond energy savings.
So beyond just the 10 to 15, 20% of life cycle cost savings that you'll be able to see purely from adopting district cooling, basically building owners will be able to benefit from bonus GFA through the adoption of district cooling or by housing a district cooling facility itself. The life cycle cost savings will easily go to 30, 40, and in some cases we've seen even up to 50% over a period of 30 years.
The plant below is an engineering feat, but underground space is limited.
You will always have space limitations. Once you're stuck underground, you also need to think about how you can optimize the space so that you can facilitate.
They were attacking me so badly. There was no such thing as that. Like, it was so creepy.
The network
What,
is
is
still
taller?
expanding.
Oh, I don't know. I crazy was
Into
extreme
the
stuff.
central business district.
And attacking me.
Installing new equipment underground comes with its own challenges.
It's funny, it's not. That's what he says when I go to the bathroom. He was like talking about fighting trolls. He must be playing World of Warcraft and talking to himself. And I'm like,
A new ship,
I think it's kind of drugs.
a new ice point.
So one ice tank typically fits about 60 to 80 ice coils. One ice tank generally can power up to one mid-sized building when it comes to their cooling demand.
By 2030, it's planned to cool up to 50 buildings. 6 district cooling networks and projects serve buildings old and new. Some built from scratch, some retrofitted,
all sharing one idea: cool more, use less.
So Marina Bay is obviously our anchor. This is where it all started. This is where we built our engineering expertise. This is where we also built our operational excellence. We have learned how to operate multiple plants, understand constraints that allows us to move water smoothly in the network, regardless of how many plants that are operating at the same time.
And the same system can also be adapted for outdoor spaces.
We did outdoor bowling at one of the National Day parades in Singapore. You've got water that comes back from the buildings, what we call chill water return in a chill water return loop. And we don't want the water to come back too cold. How do we pipe some of the return water into outdoor cooling hubs that can then dissipate cooling meaningfully? We're able to provide cooling outdoor. At the same time, we're able to improve the temperature of the water that goes back into the system, making the entire system operate more efficient.
Singapore hit one of its coolest upgrades underground.
When we see people sightseeing or enjoying their leisure activities in the Marina Bay area, feeling cool and comfortable, we really feel comfortable. Because not only is the system smart and green, but people actually enjoy the cooling solutions provided by our underground district cooling system.
Below the water and towers of Marina Bay, a hidden system keeps the district cool. Moving water, storing cold, reacting in seconds. Most people never see it, but the way the city feels depends on what's happening beneath their feet. In Singapore, new trends come fast, but some flavors never fade. These are bakes that generations grew up with, made the same way for decades, still part of daily life in a city that keeps moving. One of those stories begins in Bangkok, at a bakery that never sleeps. At Sweetland's confectionery, the ovens have been firing since the 1960s. Back then, it was known as Dai, one of the hundreds of neighborhood bakeries that delivered fresh loaves to coffee shops across the city. Many of those bakeries have since closed. This one could have been next until Nicholas decided to take it on.
From what I know, there were probably two related owners before, an uncle passing it down to the nephew, and after which they sold the business off to the previous owner, which was a driver for them, and they had quite good success running the bakery until they sold the business to me.
Nicholas didn't grow up in this bakery, but when he heard it might, he decided to step in.
I really enjoy heritage businesses. I would like to preserve some of it for future generations.
What he's keeping alive is the Hainanese loaf, once found in nearly every coffee shop across Singapore. It was first made by Hainanese migrants in the early 20th century, adapting European-style bread to local tastes. Toasted with kaya and paired with strong local coffee, this became the taste of Singapore's mornings. To some, it looks like a simple loaf, but ask, it tastes different.
It's kind of similar to a French loaf, the baguette. The only difference is our Highland loaf skins are thicker.
Making the Hainanese loaf begins the same way as any bread, but here it's done in batches big enough to keep kaya toast on the table across the island.
We would mix about 4 bags of flour, and that would be about 100 kgs of flour, together with yeast, water, salt, sugar. It would yield almost 200 kg worth of dough.
Before it's shaped, the dough goes through a refiner, a step most bakeries have long abandoned.
Going through the refiner typically yields a more refined looking bread. The cell structure is nicer, it looks better.
It presses and stretches the dough, giving it a tighter structure and more uniform texture. It's an extra step and a slower one, but Nicholas insists on it because for him, heritage isn't just about following tradition. It's about knowing which parts are worth keeping. At the same time, he knows when to adapt.
So in the past, every single loaf is molded by hand, and it's actually a very time-consuming process. So I decided to buy a molding machine.
When it comes to molding the dough, he's willing to bend tradition, adding a modern twist to an old trade.
We'll typically cut the dough into appropriate weightage, and after that go to the molder. And from the molder, it will come out like a cigar shape.
The machine speeds things up. But when it first arrived, not everyone welcomed the change.
When we first bought the machine, a lot of them were making a lot of noise saying, oh no, this machine, it shouldn't be this way. We should actually do it by hand. It's more traditional. They do not want to use it.
It took time, but once the team saw the bread stayed the same and the work got easier, they came around.
He wants you,
Once shaped,
won't let you not pay attention to what he's doing or something. That's what he says. It's just tiring, like the crazy man is distracting. Yeah, he won't stop stalking and engaging. I don't know if I want to hear about this. Unfortunately, actually, I'm being murdered in a crime.
Sometimes the hardest part
Yeah,
is
I have a
keeping
car
the
again.
recipe alive. It's keeping the work going, day after day, loaf after loaf. Across the city, in another kitchen, a different kind of effort is unfolding. Something smaller, softer, and just as steeped in memory.
The guy just will not stop stalking.
Along with my grandmother. So my grandmother actually.
You need to stop stalking me and get out of my house. And then everything you do is this story about stuff like this. I have a reason to be stalking.
Puts its name on traditional Malay cooking. But from the start, kueh has always been.
No, you don't. I just don't think anybody knows what's going
They're a
on.
taste of tradition, just as important as the savory dishes the restaurant is known for.
Kueh plays an important role in Malay culture because it is something that brings us together. Every time we have gatherings, every time we have a celebration, dia punya style ada cake.
At the heart of it now is Maria, working alongside her siblings to keep the recipes going, just as they've always been.
We use the traditional way of making kueh. We do still painstakingly make the undi-undi or some other kuehs that we make by hand.
Lapis is one of the most popular.
It's the biggest thing.
Layer by layer, batter is poured, steamed, then poured again.
It takes about 7 minutes to layer each layer of lapis. If it gets too overcooked, it will stick together. If it gets undercooked, the color will combine.
That same care goes into another bestseller, onde onde. Each ball of dough is wrapped around palm sugar, sealed by hand, then boiled until it floats. Rolled in fresh grated coconut, it looks simple, but leaves no room for error.
The measurement and time needs to be precise.
He can't follow me into the
because
bathroom.
onde-onde.
He never stops following me to the bathroom. And you're falling asleep and really, I'm trying not to pay any attention to him. So he's like, what, this schizophrenic homeless man that stalks you? It's a psychotic.
Honestly, I
Exactly.
think the difficult part of making kueh is the time and patience, and also you need to be very focused. Kueh is not something that you can rush.
It's this discipline, giving each step
the time it needs that keeps the tradition alive. And that same patience defines another Singapore favorite. Tucked away in the basement of Katong Shopping Centre, Donna Manis is a small bakery that has stood the test of time. It's now run by Claire, a third generation, carrying the family's legacy forward. For more than 4 decades, the bakery has been known for one thing: its banana pie. A recipe passed down from her grandfather's time and kept alive in her hands.
There's something very special about handmade items in this world of fast food.
A typical day begins with the dough, butter, flour, and eggs mixed by hand, pressed into crusts, and baked. Bananas are chosen carefully, checked against a chart for the perfect ripeness.
And from there, the bananas are hand sliced and placed in the pie, and a filling of grated coconuts is layered on top. After which, we put in a half pastry rim that's been sheeted and cut, and almond nips go on top. And then after that, of course, it's baked to a nice golden brown.
Each step is done by hand. It's a deliberate choice.
I think there is a charm to being artisanal and protecting the craft of pastry. I believe come with that love and care that we put into the things that we do. And I think that our customers can taste that.
But for her, it's about more than taste. It's about keeping something rooted, a way of baking and of remembering that connects people to where they come from.
I think heritage bakeries are a part of Singapore that connects us to our past. And my mom calls it which is your roots. And heritage bakeries do something for that we connect back to the past, we connect back to our roots, and we ensure the continuity of these memories.
The smell of bread, the colors of kueh, the sweetness of pie, each one a small ritual of daily life. Old school bakes that carry memory, heritage, and identity. And in a city that's always moving forward, they remind us some flavors are worth holding on to.
When you get a little shout out at work, melt into your moment. Irresistibly smooth Lindor.
From me, the Lint Master Chocolatier.
Call or visit Viber.com to save up to 20% right now. Right now.
Viber.
I love it. Every time I board the train and start work.
It's 6 a.m. in Hanoi, the Vietnamese capital. Time for the daily flag raising on Ba Dinh Square. The national anthem plays, and war veterans attend the ceremony. The protracted war between what was then North and South Vietnam and the subsequent unification of the country are deeply ingrained in the memories of the Vietnamese. It was on this now historic square that revolutionary communist leader Ho Chi Minh proclaimed the independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in 1945. This mausoleum honoring the late president overlooks the square, but independence was not fully gained until the founding of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam in 1976, at the end of what is known here as the American War. Further east, at the heart of Hanoi's Old Town, is Quan Kim Lake. Nearly 50 years after the war ended, a lot of people have a positive outlook on the future. Transportation infrastructure is struggling to keep pace with the country's rapid development, including both roads and railways. Being a crossing guard is an increasingly dangerous profession.
They can like hear you or see you in the toilet. Yeah, he used to be able to hear you. They couldn't see you, I'm sure. The being able to see me, see me, has been going on for like not that long, like 6 months.
He works 12-hour shifts in a job with a lot of responsibility.
I can see you all. No.
When you work here, it becomes your life. In Vietnam, we say, you have to carry your fate with you. I was almost 30 when I started working here, and I'd had a range of different jobs before that. Working here is my fate.
Long's mother was similarly destined to work for the railways. The highly confined surroundings mean the trains rattling through inevitably dictate the rhythm of locals' lives. Including Nguyen Thanh Huong's, she was a crossing guard here herself for over 3 decades, and has been living here just as long.
I thought it would be a good idea with my job to use the plot of land and build a house for us here. The railway had no objections, and we're still here today. My oldest son has also been living here for years.
Once his shift is over, Long takes his birds and walks the short distance along the tracks back home. It's now time for lunch with his wife, his children, and his mother. After sundown, there's a heartier range of food available in Hanoi's Old Town. Vietnamese cuisine is extremely varied, especially here on Ta Yin Street. Also known as Beer Street, it's a hotspot among Hanoi's evening revelers. Just to the south is Quan Kim Lake. This song is about taking the train home. Because not far from the lake is Hanoi's main railway station. The ticket counter is in the main waiting hall. Train travel in Vietnam is straightforward. We have tickets for the SE1 at 10:15, the Saigon Express number 1.
đầu nối trên đường sắt số 1.
Vietnam's rail network was built during the French colonial period and has played a prominent role in the country's history. Recounted to us by Tran Van Van.
One train ticket
This is
for us
embarrassing.
to come to the station.
He's a frequent traveler on this train. The railways are an important symbol for the 79-year-old war veteran.
Well, that's what the thing said. I'm just in the bathroom going to the bathroom.
Our train departs on time.
That's a symptom. He's stalked in the toilet. Maybe you can see it a little bit for a while. Like it really is. All of them are following him into the toilet. They comment on like absolutely.
And will last over 32
They stalk
hours.
like all the time. Yeah, that's not good. I don't know what they do in the toilet. They do a lot of like.
Our route will take us right past the south.
Like it's embarrassing or something. Well, it is. They just insult you because you're in the bathroom.
Our journey will cross almost the entire.
Well, they do when you come out of the shower or you come out of the
1,700
bathroom.
kilometers from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City, previously known as Saigon. But our train will first take us past a rather special kind of
They're
attraction.
really strange. Oh, it's very evil. They're criminals. They have to go to prison.
Where Win
They needed to be arrested a long time
was one
ago.
of the many cafes lining the train tracks.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Restaurants here used to use
It's just
waiters
something that like the Alexa heavy breathing
customers. A perilous practice that is now prohibited.
Tại bây giờ thì tàu cắt giảm nhiều chứ còn trước đây thì tàu gần như là cứ khoảng tiếng.
There are fewer trains now. They used to come almost every hour. The schedule dictates my life and my child.
Bạn thì 8 tuổi, bạn lớn hơn là 8 tuổi rồi.
She's been seeing the trains pass by for 8
Đối
years,
với trẻ con nó không nguy hiểm.
and there's no danger now.
Nguy hiểm như khác. Khi mà
The tourists are safe too, because the cafe owners are responsible for them.
chủ quán đều có trách nhiệm là để bảo đảm an toàn cho khách.
Thrill-seeking tourists are good business for Lynn. The north-south line was built to be the backbone of the country, which, as our train driver, Nguyen Quyen Quy knows, also led to its repeated destruction. The route was again complete 1 year after the reunification of Vietnam.
Since the liberation of South Vietnam and the reunification of the country, trains have resumed from Hanoi to Saigon and brought citizens from both parts
Well, that's
of
what
the
he
country
narrates
closer
while you're
together.
going to the bathroom. What on earth is the thing doing now? Or he says when you come out of the bathroom.
With each reunification
He was doing it like,
we
so
bring
you're
people
defeating
from the north
Edkins
to the
Meat
south
Palace?
and
Yeah.
vice versa.
Of kidnapping families and then murdering them and then keeping the rest of them around as sex slaves to torture, and they're all going to die anyway, so sometimes you torture them badly to death.
It's a train
And
that
then a lot of
is a
sexual
symbol
stuff.
and physical manifestation of the country's reunification.
But you're really like just sex offending. You're having a sex offending party.
Bitterly divided.
And you're also stalking children, other people, you're having a sex offending
Hard
party.
to imagine.
I didn't, I called all the police. You're just like
The
stuck
train is a
surrounding.
comfortable ride for nighttime
You don't believe
travelers.
it. Except that.
And it's quiet enough for us to visit Tran Van Van in his compartment.
Because that's not good. You're stalking me, so
Forces based in the north of the
don't
country.
contribute to a party atmosphere.
1967.
I agree.
My family received 4 notifications of my death.
I tried to like,
In 1968,
when there was nothing, I didn't try to do to get this kids like
1972, and 1974. Not just one, but 4 times. You can imagine it was a huge surprise for my family when I came home. I've been declared dead 4 times and still came back alive.
Bond's mother had even built an altar for her son. It stood at her home for 8 years until Bond returned home in 1976. He removed the altar himself. Bond has since devoted his life to searching for the remains of fallen soldiers. The next morning, we visit the Van Long Nature Reserve near Min Bin. Where we join Thilo Nagler. The German biologist came to Vietnam in the early 1990s and has since dedicated his life to the conservation of rare primates.
I wish to present the importance of hard work and determination. Of not backing down when things are tough. Of being there to help a friend. Because it is only when we work together that we achieve true greatness.
100% US-based workforce.
Distributed exhaustion.
Spectrum is America's connectivity company.